All right, and welcome from Texas Card House down in Rio Grande Valley. We have our exciting 2-5 no limit hold'em going on tonight. We're gonna jump straight on into the action. We got to open. It looks like for seat 3. Doneto's gonna call. Gonna fold it all around seat 9. Justin G is gonna call with his suited ace here to get the morning. The night started. New York Bob's coming in. Rock's coming in. And we have a call all the way around. Looks like we're going to have 5 players to our first flop here of the night during our 2-5. Flop's going to come with an ace-6 and a 9. It looks like we have top pair going on for Justin G. Some backdoor flush draws. Rock 7s are looking okay, but not great with that ace out there. Let's see what Justin does. Justin's going to go ahead and bet $50 into that 150 pot. Here, Bob's going to give it away. 7s are gone. And it looks like everybody folds. So Justin takes down our first pot of the night. So while he's scooping up those chips, once again, welcome from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We're doing a 2-5 no limit stream tonight. Very exciting. You got some of your usual players. You got New York Bob coming in. We have Chubbs here. We have Jackie, Mohawk, Justin G. It's going to be an exciting game. We're going to start this second hand off with a straddle from Ernesto Don Nito, as he is on the stream right now. We got 15 to call. So far, we can't find anybody that wants to play along. Folding all the way to New York Bob on the button. And he's going to give that up. Small blind's going to give it up. Looks like the big blind's going to complete it, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. So far with the queen high flop, ace high is good. We're going to check it around, see a turn. And the jack of clubs comes out. Looks like Donito picks up a flush draw. See what happens with PR with his ace high. He's going to bet 25 just to test out the waters here. Donito's going to call, and we're going to go to the river. And it is the 3 of diamonds. We're going to have a bet of 60, and we're going to have a fold. He did miss those flush draw on that straight draw, and the ace high takes it on down. Just in case you are wondering if you want to play on our TCH Live, just send us an email to rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. You'll have your opportunity to jump on this 2-5 on Fridays or our 1-3 on Wednesdays. Go ahead and email us if you fancy your chance of hopping on. Here's a glimpse of our big one. We'll come back to that, but we're going to go back to the action now. Hopefully everyone's doing good today, having a good Friday. Everyone relaxed, getting off work, coming and joining us for the stream, joining us in the room. Hopefully everyone's getting excited for the weekend. It's Memorial Weekend. I know everyone's going to have some sort of fun plan, so hopefully everyone's going to enjoy whatever they're doing. We're going to bring it back to the action. Jackie's going to open up to $20 with the ace-6 of diamonds. New York Bob's going to come along. Rock's going to come along. And PR is going to defend. We got 2 flush draws going, so let's see what's going to go happen with the boys with the diamonds. So far, not a whole bunch for anybody going on. Ace high is still good. Jack is going to check it on through. He was the pre-flop aggressor, but everyone's going to check it. We're going to see the turn. There comes the 9 of hearts. Still doesn't really do too much for people's hands, so we're going to have to kind of get creative now. Looks like it's checking on through. Mr. Rock decides he's going to take a stab at it. Let's see what he's going to put out there. Looks like about $40. Gets through the first hand. Jackie's thinking about it. He'll let it go. And New York Bobby lets it go. It takes it down with king high. You know, that's part of the game right there. Beautiful thing. King high takes it down. A lot of these players play with each other very often, so they probably have some information going on, so we'll see that throughout the night. It'll be very interesting to see how they play together. Everyone kind of starts watching each other's streams and starting to get more information how each other plays, so it does make interesting games when it continues on. Looks like we are going to have a double straddle out here. Third hand, and we already got the double straddle out here. Very exciting. It's going to be 20 to call. Could have folded all en route to PR. He wakes up on the button with a suited queen. He says, I'm in. Donito says he's going to look at 2 8s. See how he wants to play these 8s here. And he says he's just going to call. Small and big blind looks like they call, and we're going to check it on through. We got 5 going to this flop again. Nice little family. And so far we have trips on the flop for Donito. He checks it on through. Little trap here. Let's see if anyone sets it off. It checks on through. We're going to see a turn. A lot of action cards can come out that could scare some things, and that's not one of them. So 8s are still looking pretty good here. Let's see if he bets. He checks on through. Robert's going to check. Chubb says, you know what? I think my flush draw is pretty good. Let's see what's going on. Mohawk's got a pair of 7s. It's hard to make a pair, so he's going to come along. PR is going to say no, and Donito sends it. We're going to have 4-15 all in right now. Chubbs asked for a count. Considering calling with this flush draw, he's going to let it go. And we're folding to Mohawk. He's making a decision right now. It looks like Mohawk calls. We have 10-7 going against a set of 8s. The river comes out an ace of hearts, so Donito gets a full house for a clean double up and some change. That was a 5-way pot that checked on through, ended up getting a full house on the river. So it's 357 total. And that's a big pot starting off the night, going our way to Donito. Just while they square that up, just first little view, we have the big one starting on Monday, Memorial Day. Flight A is going to be on 1 p.m. This tournament is bringing back the 10K guarantee to first with 2 additional bonuses, where we have 1,000 for the most entries into the tournament and 1,000 for the most number of bags. So definitely some good bonuses along with this month's big one. 10K to first and some bag bonuses and most entry bonuses. We're going to have a flight Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So plenty of chances to get in, plenty of time to get your entries in. Try to get some of those bags and make it to Sunday. Let's hop back in. And again, the fifth hand in, and we've seen almost 3 straddles now. So definitely a lively game. Always a lively game here Friday nights with our 2-5. Definitely some action players. I think Jackie's going to let it go. And Justin G says $40. Raise it up to 40. Bob says no, and Rock wakes it up with the kings. And he's just going to flat call. Another little trap. That's why these guys are some of the best. They're playing on a different level. He's just going to flat with the kings. Donito's going to hop on in with a suited ace. Robert's going to let it go. And Mohawk's going to defend his under the gun call. Or excuse me, his straddle. Excuse me. And we have 4 players going to the flop. Let's see what happens with an ace and this king. Well, it comes pretty clean. 9 high with 2, 7, 9. Rainbow. So no heart anywhere for Donito. Justin was the pre-flop raiser, so let's see if he continues his story, which he is. 110 is the bet. And Rock's just going to call again right now on a 9 high flop. Very trappy. And we get it heads up. Donito folds as his ace. And the turn's going to bring the Queen of Spades. One of the prettiest cards in the deck, but not so much right now. Gives Justin a gut shot straight draw. Just needs a 10. But he checks it on over and actions on Rock. Rock's going to bet 225 right now. He says gotta build that pot. If he got a queen, gonna make him pay. But he doesn't. And Justin folds and Rock shows the king, so there you go. Shows a monster with another big pot, just a 5th hand of the night, and another monster pot going right on over to Rock. Excuse me, just had to take a drink there. And once again, the straddle's on, so definitely impressed with the amount of action that's happening tonight. It looks like the straddle is not mandatory, but it's going to be put on. A lot of times, people will just put it on and get the game going. It's always good for the game once you get everybody on the same page. Creates a 3 blind game. We got a fold from Justin. New York Bob's going to fold. Excuse me, New York Bob didn't even look at his cards just yet. And now we're going to fold. PR is going to come along with this King 10. Donito's going to come with the Queen 6. And Robert V is also going to come with the Queen 6. Chubb's going to have the Ace 7. Mohawk calls, and looks like we have a 6-way. 6 ways to this flop. Let's see what's going on. With a flop of 9, 7, 3. Got a pair of 7s for Chubbs, 3s for Mohawk. Jackie's got a pair of 3s. Right now, Chubb's in the lead with a pair of 7s. Excuse me, Mohawk has 9s, excuse me. And 3s, 9s and 3s. Graphics a bit glitchy. So 2 pair for Mohawk. He's going to bet 25. Robert B is going to call. And Chubbs is going to call. With the 4 spades, we are heads up. Chubbs is going to check it on over with his pair of 7s. Let Mohawk keep telling his story. Mohawk says $120. It's definitely going to make it a little bit more pricey here for some of these straight draws and flush draws. But unfortunately, Chubbs doesn't have enough, so he's going to fold, and Mohawk's going to pick up some chips after that hand with Donito. So definitely getting some chips back, which is good. Flops 2 pair and takes it down. If you don't know, Fridays is Ladies Play Free Fridays. So if you come on in, you will play for free. You won't be paying any time. That is every Friday. We have drink specials going on, so come on down and have a good time, play some free poker. Bring it back here, and the straddle's now going to be on the button. So again, with a straddle in this hand, we're going to start on the button, so that means under the gun is going to be first to act. Let's see what Mohawk wants to do. He's going to fold, and the big blind folds. New York Bob says he's going to come along with the 9-7, and Rock's going to raise it with the ace-10 of clubs. Makes it 30 to play. PR says, why not? I'll come along. Robert says he'll come along. Chubbs makes the call. And so does New York Bob, and we got 5 people to this flop again. Tons of action tonight. Tons of action. Love to see it. Love to see it. Definitely people mixing it up. Trying some different things. And we got a queen high flop, and it looks like Chubbs takes the lead with a pair of jacks. Robert's got that backdoor king high flush draw. Everybody checks it on through. See what the turn brings us. Ooh, and it's a diamond. It's a diamond there. So New York Bob's got a diamond. We got PR with the baby diamond and Robert V with the diamond. See if anybody wants to start mixing it up a little bit. Chubb's still with the best hand with the pair of jacks. Rock has a cut shot straight draw, but those diamonds could be a little scary. Robert V definitely is going to bet it here with $80. Chubb says he calls. He's not going anywhere for now. Bob reckons his 9's probably no good. He's going to fold it. PR is going to let it go, and we're going to be heads up to this river. And there's another jack, so definitely an interesting card. If Robert already has a flush here, it's a hard decision for Chubbs if he fires again. And that's exactly what Robert does. He does bet 175. And George makes the call. So we're going to see them on their backs, and Chubbs will at least see the good news and take down that pot with trips. Definitely a nice pot there going. Definitely fun to drag the chips in, so definitely chips going around. Everyone's getting their share of winning some pots. Some good action as we start. We got our 7th hand, and we got some, big pots going already. So really good to see. Everybody's here to kind of have some fun, but they're also some pretty good players. So I expect we're going to see a lot of these, a lot of hands like this play out. Again, the straddle's on the button, so just the norm at this stage. With action straight going to be on Jackie with the suited ace. He's going to have a look. And Jackie says 40. Donito's going to call with his king 9 suited. Robert V is going to come along with the suited clubs. And Mohawk's going to have an ace 9. So 2 people with clubs now. The 4-way to the flop. Let's see what we got. We got king 5-3. So some baby cards out there. Jackie does flop top pair. And he's going to go ahead and bet $80. Try to get rid of some of this riffraff, maybe get some money in this pot. Looks like Donito says he's coming along too. Calls the $80 and it's back to Mohawk and he folds. So we're going to go heads on up to the turn. And with the 4 clubs, that brings that backdoor flush draw. Exactly one of the cards that Donito wants to see, and Jackie's going to check it. That 4 definitely completes, you know, some straights with 2s and 7s, so a bit of a scare card. And we see the 8 of diamonds the river, and it goes check, check. Obviously, Donito doesn't want to stab at this. He's just going to let it go. He missed it, and Jackie's going to take a nice little pot with his pair of 6s. Not too bad. We also have 2 very lively 1-3 games going on, and tonight is our Friday $20 buy-in, $20 rebuy with add-ons. As long as it doesn't bring your stack up to 50K, you can rebuy. There's $2,000 guaranteed for this event. Last week, got up to $2,600 for a prize pool. So for $40, first place took home almost $1,000. So that's going on today. So if you fancy a small little tournament and you don't want to play in the big 2-5 game, you can play the nice friendly the $20 tournament with a $20 rebuy. Bring it back to the action here. We got a straddle for 15, and PR is going to call with his Jack 10 suited. Donito also wakes up with a suited Jack. He's got the Jack 9 of hearts, both beautiful hands. Flop very well, could definitely do some magic with a good board. Robert V is going to come along with his suited king. And Mohawk wakes up with Queen 10 suited, take away Donito's heart, so it's going to be really interesting. There's a straight flush outs. Not what he wants to see, but he's going to raise it to $80. Justin's going to fold. New York's Bob's going to fold. Get out of the way. Give up his big blind. Straddle's going to let it go. Looks like they might have taken the straddle, not part of his bet. But it looks like he's trying to call nonetheless, trying to put in $80 just for a call. Donito's going to call it for the 80, and Robert is also going to call. So we're going to go 4 ways to this flop. We got spades, we got hearts, we got clubs. Let's see what the flop says he has. And it looks like we have 2 clubs, so Jack 10 of clubs is definitely favoring their flush draw. No pairs. King 4 is still good, and everyone's going to check to the pre-flop aggressor Mohawk, and he's going to say a bet of 175, kind of continue his story. Maybe try to represent that ace. And PR is going to go all in for just over $350. And Mohawk quickly fires into the muck, and PR is going to take it down. Again, I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight on a Friday night here at Rio Grande Valley, where we have our Friday night 2-5 game going on. If you're just joining us, welcome. Hopefully everyone's planning for a good weekend, starting it off with watching us here, playing some cards. I think this looks like it's going to be the first hand there is not a straddle, so that's actually surprising to say. Normally it's a little rare to see a straddle, if not very uncommon, but right now there is the first time we don't see a straddle. PR is just going to call in for 5. And Donito says, no, 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 we're going to make it 25. 25 now to go. Raise it up with his ace-king, try to get some value, try to push out some of that riffraff, but Mohawk has other plans. He's going to 3-bet it. He says 75 with his ace-7 off. Maybe has little grudge against Donito's kings the previous hands ago. And it folds all the way back around, so it's 50 more to call for Donito. Let's see what he says. And he says call. Let's see a flop. We're going to go heads on up. And would you look at that? That's the flop. That's wow. You know, we got 2 pair for Mohawk. He's leading the story, and Donito has ace king here. So top pair, top kicker, but 2 pair on that flop. Donito checks, and Mohawk's going to bet $50. Donito's just going to flat call for now. Let's see what the turn brings. Oh my gosh, and what a card. What a card. That brings the king of spades out there. Looks like Donito checks, and then we have an all-in and a snap call. Mohawk just ran into it yet again with Donito. We have ace-7 versus ace-king. And he's going to be shown the bad news. Wow, another big pop between these two. It wasn't just before hands ago that Donito had kings and won a big pot for Mohawk, and again he turns a bigger 2 pair for another pot. So Donito starting the night off well with 2 big hands in our first couple of, in our first orbit at least. It looks like the button just got back, so that was at least 1 orbit and 2 massive hands. Mohawk's gonna reload. Definitely really unfortunate there. That was a pretty nasty turn card. Donito's gonna put the straddle on, so straddle comes on back, and you know why not? He's running hot. And he,
the whole way. If he hits that king or not, he's gonna give me all the money anyway. Yeah.
He have one pair, bro. He's gonna pay you all.
That's what I'm saying. Like he just gets there.
Like he get paid, he gonna pay you. No matter.
just kind of letting the table talk go, as they were saying. You know, how does that turn come out here? It could have gone either way. So, you know, definitely that was definitely an action hand. So Chubbs raises to $50 with his 5-4 suited. Mohawk's gonna call after reloading. Jackie's gonna now 3-bet to 250. Maybe he senses some tilt from Mohawk, and he's gonna put a little squeeze in here. Folds to New York Bob on the button. He's out. Fold it on over to PR. He's thinking about the ace-10 because you want to kind of get froggy and leap with this. And I want to say he's going to fold. He's going to just show his neighbors. Obviously he wanted to play, but it's a bit more than he wanted to play for. And Donito wakes up with ace-king again, and he's going to call the 250. Wow, ace-king back-to-back hands. He is definitely running hot right now. And the action is back to Chubbs. What does he do here? He's going to let it go. And Mohawk said as he's in, he wants revenge. He wants blood for sure. And he's got the perfect hand for it. They got the big ones. He's got the small ones. So let's see what the flop says. And with the flop of 8-9-5, Mohawk does get a pair and a gut shot straight draw, while both other players only have high cards. So Mohawk taking the lead here. Mohawk checking. Jackie says all in for $420. There's about a $750 pot, so just over half size, excuse me, of the pot. He's definitely going to put some pressure on a 9-high board. Rainbow. Donito's thinking about it. He's thinking something's fishy, but he's going to let it go. And Mohawk says he is in. They're going to run it twice. And so far, Mohawk's going to get 2 pair on the top board, and that should lock that up. One of Jackie's kings is gone, especially with the one with Donito's hand, and he hits it on the bottom, and they're going to chop that up. Wow, Mohawk's just not going his way. He's going to chop it on up. If he ran it once, he would have scooped it, and just, fortunately, we're going to chop it on up as Jackie hits a better top pair on the bottom board. So just in case you're joining us and you did not hear, we are starting our $100 tournament with a $10K guarantee to first $25,000 guaranteed total starting Monday, Memorial Day. The first flight's going to be 1 p.m. We have some exciting bonuses for this one as well, where the most entries to this tournament is going to receive a $1,000 bonus, and the person with the most bags is also going to receive a $1,000 bonus. So definitely an interesting little twist for this month's tournament. Definitely going to entice some action, get some people to play. Hopefully we'll see some big stacks going to day 2. And let's bring it back to the action. And they're going to calm it on down now. I don't see a straddle now, so we're just going to play for $5. That's okay. We don't always have to pump it up. We can play a little small. Has some massive hands the last 10 or 11 hands right now, so it's definitely okay that we only play for some $5 hands. Mohawk's going to raise it with the Jack 8 suited to $25. Jackie looks down at Ace 10 off, and he's thinking. And Jackie is going to 3-bet it to $60. It's going to get Justin out, and it's folded back to New York Bob with the King 8 of clubs. And he says, let's play. He comes along, button's going to fold. PR says he's going to come along for 60 as well. Donito folds, folded back to Mohawk, who is the original raiser. He's not going to fold. He's going to come along, and we're going to go 4 ways to this flop. With a flop of 9-9-5, nobody makes a pair. We got some clubs out there. New York Bob's going to like those clubs, but the paired board is going to be a little scary. PR is going to have a stab at it with 5 deuce with the pair. Excuse me, he flopped a pair. I was wrong. So he's going to bet $95 here with his pair of 5s. He's got to imagine, why not? Could be good here. Nobody showing any kind of interest right now. But Jackie has the pre-flop raiser. He's trying to piece this together, and he says, you know what, I'll let it go. And we're going to go heads up when New York Bob calls. He's got this king high flush draw, but it's the 5s. And now a deuce. So PR with 3 pair. Unfortunately, 2 pairs the best you could do, but hey, he's got a 3rd pair. Means he's got 3 chances at a full house with any 9, 2, or 5. He's going to bet 125, and Bob's going to call again, and here's another 9. So just unfortunate that Bob didn't get anything for PR to hit, but PR does have a full house. He's been leading the entire way, and he decides to check it on over. Maybe to induce a bluff or maybe for some pot control, but he's going to show the 5 deuce for technically 2 full houses. And he's going to take down that big pot of $405 right there. So nice little pot for the 5 deuce and the small blinds, getting a full house. Like I said before, these boys came to play today. They play with each other a lot. You know, they definitely mix it up. Definitely a friendlier crowd, so they're able to definitely make some interesting plays. Like we saw with the 5-2 off coming along and ending up with a full house. Right now the players are discussing about putting the button straddle on, maybe to enhance the game, but after we had some of those big hands, maybe we don't need it, but so with no straddle, we're going to see a $5 to call, fold it to Mohawk. He's got another ace suited. He's picking up some decent hands tonight, you know, and just kind of getting unlucky. You know, definitely got some playable hands. Definitely knows how to mix it up with a variety of hands. So definitely running a little bad when he gets some good hands that are just getting beaten by slightly better hands. So he's just going to come along. He's going to fold to New York Bob, and New York Bob decides. Looks like there's a bit of confusion. I think Mohawk tried to raise it there, but it was only a $5 bet, and just a little table talk of trying to figure out what's going on. And because he didn't raise it, Mohawk does have the option now, so he's going to raise it up to 125. Bob says he's going to call. PR says he calls. And Robert V says he calls. So without even a straddle, we already have a $500 pot 4 ways. Ace, queen, 7. There's 2 hearts. This is definitely an action flop. Robert V with a gut shot straight. We have a flush draw for Bob. We have PR and Mohawk both with top pair. And Bob's first to act, and he says, you know what, all you can eat. All in for 518, so just slightly over a pot-sized bet. And PR sitting here with the ace of hearts and a pair, so PR sitting here with the ace of hearts, wondering what's going on here. He's got the ace of hearts, so he knows Bob can't have the nut flush. Maybe thinking if he wants to take a spin with the 6 kicker is probably the only thing he's really thinking about. Does have the backdoor options if it decides to go runner hearts. Looks like the graphics are catching up. I want to say Mohawk actually went all in first and then New York Bob ships, so that's the actual storyline that's going on. New York Bob didn't just go all in. Looks like he's going over the top of Mohawk with his ace, so definitely puts a different situation on PR. He's definitely not thinking his ace is good anymore. Robert definitely would love to see that jack comes out, but it's too expensive, and Mohawk's involved in another all in. He's currently in the lead. And with the king, that's a clean card. And the jack is a clean card, so no heart for New York Bob. And Mohawk is going to definitely take down that pot with his ace. Get some of that money back. Definitely a swing his way for once. Hand holds up. So that's a big pot going Mohawk's way, just under $1,500 right there. So just a reminder, we do have our poker pyramid Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Right now, quad threes is the only remaining hand, and the top prize is $1,500. So if you get quad threes in tournaments or any of our cash games, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, it'll be an instant payout of $1,500. No waiting, cold hard cash in your hands. Just need quad threes. And once again, if you want to kind of join this lively action right here, we're only just under 15 hands in here. We see some reloads and we've seen big pots going on. So if you want to join us, just send us an email to rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. You can tell us if you want to play the 1-3 stream on Wednesdays or the 2-5 on Fridays every week.
All the big chips need to be out front so we can see. What the?
Right now, they're giving each other some needles about having the big chips in front.
I thought you folded for fucking 500.
I think they're all just playing with each other right now. Like I said, they're all friends. They all know each other. They play regularly on the felt. And right now, Mohawk's going to take a break, and he's going to fold on over to Jackie. He's going to fold.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. We know you're joking. It's not like that. We're just joking. Yeah, I'll just give you a hard time. You'll know when you're mad.
At least someone else.
So it looks like it's full down to Rock. Rock's going to call it the 8-7 off for $5. Donito with the 9 deuce suited. He says $25 on the button. Just punish the limpers. And right now there's going to be a 3-bet to 120. And Chubb's going to 4-bet to 200. He's got the American Airlines, the Birds, the Aces. It's unfortunate because Robert has ace-jack with his 3-bet, and it's a pretty decent hand. He might be committed to playing here now. Looks like a chip got stuck, and he's going to say all in for just under $450, and Chubbs is going to call with his aces, and Robert's going to see the bad news off to the flop and see what we got. We got a jack high, so top pair, backdoor flush draw. Doesn't run out clean. Robert doesn't improve, no other jack, and the aces are going to take down just under $1,000 pot. So another massive pot here at the 2-5. Unfortunate for Robert to 3-bet from the small blind and then the button to actually wake up with aces. So definitely unlucky for Robert, but I'm sure this is not his first rodeo, and that's part of the game. He's going to reload for another 5 and come back on in.
Chips on stream. I have chips back here. I have a rack of chips back here. In case I need it. I love it. Save it time and not the scream outside. I did if I needed that on, but I mean,
So right now we got the straddle coming back on. Looks like we got the $10 straddle. We haven't seen the straddle in a while, but that didn't matter. Still getting some pretty big pots, a lot of action going. So just another little taster with that $10. We got the straddle for $10, and it's going to go over to Justin G, who wakes up with pocket tens. He's going to say $40. He's going to raise it on up. Try to get some value for those tens. And New York Bob looks down at 5-4 suited. And he's going to say call and come along. PR wakes up with the Queen Jack suited, taking Bob's hearts. He's going to call the 40.
The third time they started like investigating. The third time they investigated.
Looks like it folds back to Jackie. He looks down at 9-7 off, and
When that is has like 18 running, they couldn't get it.
he's going to decide to
Everybody loves to see him.
come on along.
Everybody loves to see the river. Yeah. Well, no,
So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. We got pocket 10s, 5-4, queen, jack, and 9-7. Let's see who gets the best of it. And wow, look at this. We got 2 hearts. So New York Bob and PR are going to go to war. Jackie with the top pair, and Justin still with the over pair of 10s. We got a check, and Justin's going to continue with a 125 bet with his 10s. Find out where he's going on. Bob's got a pair of 5s, gut shot straight, and a flush draw, and technically a gut shot straight flush draw. So I don't think he's going to be going anywhere. He might be thinking about raising. If we look at the graphics, he's got 30% out of 4 players, which is not too bad. And he does say all of it. He says all in, all you can eat. With the action back on PR, what does he do? He's got 2 overs and a flush draw, so definitely some hard decisions for him today. He's cutting out some chips. He's thinking. Wondering on a board like this, why his queen high is not good. Sees a continuation bet and an all in. He surely thinks that his hearts could be live if he fancies taking a gamble. And PR is going to make the call with the queen high flush draw with action back to Justin, and he also calls. So Bob getting a 3-way action on his straight flush draw. While they get those chips squared away and they make the main pot, we will be going into a side pot between PR and Justin. Looks like PR just has about over 600, with Justin sitting with 9, so still plenty behind. And it comes the king of diamonds. So red card, but not the red card that he wants to see. Might be a little scare card and slow down Justin G. He's got 10s. And look like he's going to put PR all in. He's not scared of that that king. He's confident of his 10s. He's going to put them all in, and PR is going to call. And we're going to see this river card come out. It's going to be a 4. And New York Bob is going to make 2 pair for the main, and Justin G is going to take it down for the side pot. But would you look at that? New York Bob makes 2 pair to win the main pot for 1,100.
It sounds like the winner.
Oh, it's 5-4. It's 5-4.
5-4 suited.
Yeah, 5-4.
I thought it was 6-4. What a fucking flop, bro. Yeah, but he had the queen jack on. Oh, we got the 4.
Wow, the player's just talking about this hand. It is kind of a unique hand. That 4 coming out to save Bob on the river there is exactly what he needed. He was thinking about a heart, but it turns out he didn't want a heart after all. Justin G is getting some of those chips back. His 10's holding up for the side pot, and PR is just going to maybe take a break or reload for a second. So while they decide where he's coming back, we're going to have a $5 strat on the button.
Literally my favorite hand of poker, 5-4. I'm not judging. Oh, it doesn't matter.
New York.
Oh, I'm from New York. Long Island.
You can't insult me.
Sorry, the accent just popped out of nowhere. It happens when we talk to each other.
You're from New York?
Yeah,
Where you
I'm
from?
from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not the city.
I lived in St. James.
Looks like New York Bob is following a fellow New Yorkan.
What brings you here? You like to sweat?
Talking about the heat down here at Rio Grande Valley. Mohawk's going to limp to 10. Justin's going to raise with ace 10 off to $40.
I went to New York and I went to Vegas as well.
Fold back to Chubbs on the button. He's not going to defend that. $10 straddle at the 8-5 off. He's going to get out of the way, but Mohawk's going to come along, and we're going to go heads on up to the flop. And would you look at that king, queen, 9. Mohawk goes ahead and flops a straight. He's going to check in disguise, and we're going to go straight onto the turn. It brings out the 6 of diamonds. Justin G does have a jack for a gut shot straight draw. Looks like we've got a bet and a call. And would you look at that? The jack comes out on the river. Mohawk is just running into it today. He flops it, checks it, gets a little bit of value, and Justin gets that jack on the river to make a better straight. Mohawk's going to bet 100, and we have a raise announced. Justin says 300, and Mohawk's just going to call, and he's going to find out the bad news that he got rivered. Unfortunate hand again for Mohawk. He's really running into it today. You know, that's a massive hand. He's trying to slow play it, build a pot, try to get a safe river, and that's probably one of the worst rivers that could have came out. That wasn't a heart, and Justin's going to take down that pot right there for just under $800. If you're interested in playing some of our deep stack tournament on Saturday, it is a 2 p.m. start, $200 buy-in with a 50,000 starting stack, 30-minute blind, so plenty of play. If you got nothing to do on a Saturday and you want to come on in and kind of hang out, this is the perfect tournament for you. With 5,000 guaranteed and 2,000 going to first, it's definitely becoming one of our popular tournaments, especially on a Saturday night. Saturday, going into Saturday night. If you have nothing to do, then maybe it's too hot to do anything and you want to come on and enjoy us here in the AC. Let's bring it back onto the action. And New York Bob's going to call. Rock's going to call with the Queen Jack suited. Looks like Donito's taking a break. Excuse me, Donito calls, Robert calls, Jackie calls, and Justin checks it. So we are going to go 6 ways to this flop. Only looks like there's 25, so I want to say one of those hands should be folded. Right now we got top pair for Rock on the Queen Jack. Just waiting for some of these graphics to catch on up. Well, I don't see Donito there playing, but he would have had trips. Unless we're just waiting for these graphics to catch on up. There we go. There's the real flop. We got Jack 7-7. Excuse me, no fives. Looks like we have a bet, and he's just going to take down the pot.
How do you all determine to go there? Like, there's so many other places.
Because we want to be near the water. Okay. We have kids in Florida. Huh? We have kids in Florida.
Okay.
Kids in Michigan.
So we talked about our Friday tournament, our Saturday tournament, our Monday tournament is a double green chip bounty. $150 buy-in, $50 does go towards the bounty. If you knock somebody out, you get $50 straight away. You don't have to win the tournament, you just get that bounty straight away. So that's a nice little bonus, especially in tournament. Sometimes you build up a stack, bust somebody, and unfortunately don't get to make it to the prize pool. So it's nice that once you start building your stack, you can get paid for busting people. Our Sunday tournament is just like our Friday tournament. Again, it's a $20 buy-in, $20 rebuy with $20 add-on, 2K guarantee.
How would you guys feel about we each put in $10 for the girl doing the card crash, like a little computers, picking up everything? She doesn't get any tips. What do you guys think? $10 each? What? We all put in $10. Give it to right over here, so we can give it to the girl who's typing it all in. She's doing a lot of work. It's taking her forever. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Looks like everybody's talking about tipping our action tracker Roxy. She's doing a phenomenal job. It is some hard work keeping up with this action, so kudos to everybody kind of throwing in and agreeing on that. Definitely a good bunch of guys understanding that there's some good work going on so they can have some fun with the stream, and fair play to everybody. We got straddle on the button for 10, so we're coming back with some action. Looks like the small blind's going to fold. New York Bob looks at King 5 off, and it's just $5 to keep on going, so he's going to defend his big blinds. Looks like Donito's back, and he has 10-5 himself, and he's going to call for $10. Mike V is going to fold. Chubbs is going to raise it up to $50, no limpers. And it looks like everyone's kind of getting out of this way. So Chubbs is going to take down that little pot with his ace-10 off. Rightly so. It's one of the dynamics of having the button straddles. You see everybody act on their hands, and then you get the last action. You can raise it on up, kind of punish them limpers if needs be. Or you can decide to limp in yourself. So definitely utilize his aggressive option there to take down the pot.
So you know the difference between poker players and puppies? Puppies stop whining. Once I make my money back.
We're going to have a limp and a raise from Donito. Looks like $20. Mike V is going to come along. Chubb's going to say fold. Mohawk's going to say fold. Jackie's going to come along for the 20. Actions on Justin. I want to say the graphics are a little laggy right now. They're just connecting. Here they come along. We've got Donito with the original raise. He's got the king-queen. Robert V's cards are coming on through. He's got the ace-9 of clubs. Waiting for the graphics to kind of catch up. It looks like we had a raise somewhere down the line. Looks like PR said he's going to raise. Donito's going to come along. Excuse me, New York Bob raise. Excuse me. Graphics catching up once again. So New York Bob 3-bets it to 125. Now we're all caught up. And then PR calls with a 7-6. Donito's going to call with his queen and a king. Robert's going to call with his ace-9 of clubs. Jackie also with the king-queen of clubs. Excuse me, king-5 of clubs. So we have 2 people with 2 clubs again. We've got a 7-high board. 2 pair for PR. Bob was the 3-better, so let's see what story he's going to continue with. And Bob does say 250. And PR is going to say all you can eat. He's got 375, so no other choice. He's going to send the 375 on in. Jackie's with a good shot straight and a over card, so he's not going to call anything right there. And New York Bob is faced with a 250 bet into almost a $1,300 pot. He might think that one of his over cards is good. Try to find a call here, which he does. And there's the 8 of diamonds, no improvement, and another 6. So PR actually makes a full house, and Bob doesn't improve. PR is going to take down a nice little pot here with his 7-6 suited. While they count those stacks. Every morning, if you're playing before 11 a.m. and you play 1 hour, you will receive 2 hours for free. This is every single morning. You just need to be here before 11 and clocked in playing. Once you played it for 1 hour, we will give you 2 hours for free. So ideally, if you spent $12 an hour, which would be $36, hypothetically, you're only spending $12 for 3 hours. So you're actually paying $4 an hour. So probably one of the better discounts in that aspect that we could have. It's technically $4 an hour. As long as you played for 1 hour before 11 a.m., you'll receive 2 for free. You're essentially getting those hours for $4. So pretty nice promotion in the morning. Get the game going. Get nice and seated. Some of these high hands roll over. So it'd be nice to kind of get in and start qualifying for those. We're going to bring it on back. We got a new dealer in the box, Ashley. And there's no straddle, so Donito's going to look down at the ace of diamonds, 7 of hearts. It's only $5 to play. He's going to come along. Fold around to Jackie, who's got the 9-7 of spades. He's going to go ahead and raise it to 30. And then New York Bob wakes up on the button with queens. Did he say he was from Queens earlier? But that's somewhere in New York, and New York Bob's got the queen. So regardless, he's going to put in the 3-bet to $90 right now. And it's going to fold it back to PR, who wakes up with a king-jack offsuit, and he decides he's coming along for the show, and back to Jackie. Jackie's going to fold, and we're going to go heads on to the flop. And we have a 4-3 deuce rainbow, so not many big cards for PR, so he's going to go ahead and check. Bob's going to continue, put a little value in there with a $75 bet. PR is just going to let it go, doesn't see any need to continue. And Bob's going to take down a nice little pot. Shows the queens. Always beautiful. Speaking of ladies, once again, it is Ladies Play Free Fridays. So if you want to come on down and join us, you will play for free every Friday. got drinks at the bar, cocktails, so nice, free, enjoyable day.
So I'm kind of betwixt and between. I want the Rangers to
Bring it
win.
on back, and action's going to be on Robert V under the gun. And he's going to decide to come on in. $5.
Week and a half. And if the Panthers
Jackie's going to fold. Justin's going to fold.
like no other summer season,
New York Bob's got the Jack 7 suited.
so I get to go to a finals game. They beat the Rangers. But I want the Rangers to win.
And he says call. It's just $5.
But I want to go to
But PR says no, no, no. We have pocket 8s. We're going to raise it to $30.
I was there when the Rangers
Make it just a little bit more expensive. No limping.
I went to every single playoff.
Donito says he's in for 30. Robert says he's in for 30. And back to New York Bob with the Jack 7 suited. He says, why not? I'm in for 30. And we're going to go 4 players to the flop. We got Ace 7 Queen. We have 2 clubs. So 2 overcards for PR. Robert does hit one of those for a pair of queens and takes the lead. PR's going to see where he's at, betting 30. Robert's going to call with the 30. And we got New York Bob with a pair of 7s, so he's got bottom pair. So he's got some equity in the game. He's going to keep coming along. With the deuce of clubs, it completes a flush draw. But nobody has the initial flush draw. The backdoor flush is coming out for PR and Robert. PR checks. Robert's going to bet again. $130. New York Bob's going to let it go. And PR is also going to take a break on this one. He's going to let that one go, and Robert's going to take down a pot.
So, Game 7. Stanley Cup Finals. Rangers versus Vancouver. At Madison.
I want to thank everybody for joining us on this Friday
Two national anthems. Was it the Canadian team and the
here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We are playing our 2-5 game, so if you're wondering why they're playing so big, it is our 2-5 game. We have a $10 live straddle from Chubbs. Get some action going on in there. Even though it's not needed, these guys have definitely been mixing it on up with some interesting hands. Chubbs kind of likes to entice some of that action a little bit.
It's the same guy who did all the
Get the people going, as they say. Jackie has the ace-4 off. And he's going to raise it up to $30. Justin's going to fold. New York Bob's going to fold. Looks like it's folded on to Donito, who calls 30 with the ace-10 off. Robert V's got the 10-5 suited. And Chubbs wakes up with a queen, jack of diamonds, and he's going to defend. So we got 5 ways to the flop, and it looks like Chubbs gets there with the top pair, takes the lead. We got PR with a pair of 9s. Robert's got a pair of 5s, so bit of something for everybody here on this flop. PR is going to see where his 9s are. He's going to bet $80. Donito's not going anywhere. Looks like he's called. Michael V is going to call for sure. And what does Chubbs do here? Bet, call, call with top pair. He says he's going to call, and we're going to go 4 ways to this turn. Just call from Chubbs. And the ace comes out. I wonder if Donito knew this. He's running hot with this. He must know something we don't. He's first to act after hitting that ace. And he says we're going to go ahead and bet 125. $125 bet. Michael's going to fold, and it's back to Chubbs, who's got a bit of a dilemma. He doesn't like seeing that card for sure. Just looking if he's got any big chips. He says no. Chubb's definitely thinking about some magic here. And he elects to fold. Probably is definitely thinking some interesting thoughts, or just trying to put Donito on a range there. Cold bets in turn there, so definitely thinking about what he could have. And he makes the correct decision and folds his queen jack. So Donito taking another decent pot. He had ace king, kings, ace 10. So definitely some good hands going his way. He's definitely heating up on this stream for sure. Mohawk first act looks down at queen 8. He's going to let that go. Jackie wakes up with the king 8 suited. Looks like Jackie calls, and Justin waking up with the king of diamonds, jack of hearts. He's going to say $25 to go. PR wakes up with another queen suited, queen, jack of diamonds. Donito wakes up with a queen suited, queen 8, and then Robert V's got his clubs right there with the ace 9 of clubs, so a little defense there blocking the clubs. Back over to Jackie. And he's going to call, and we're going to have 5 players going to this flop. We got 4 of clubs, 3 of clubs, and the 4 of spades. So the 2 hands with the club draws are there. It is a paired board. Nobody making a pair. It's going to check on over to Donito, and he says 75. Test out his clubs. Michael V's coming along. He's not going anywhere. He's going to see a free card, especially with 2 overs and the nut flush draw. So they're heads up each. If we see a club, we could see some action. And there's the 8. So Donito pulls into the lead with a pair of 8s and his flush draw. And it looks like we have a check, and Robert V is going to go all in. Donito calls, and there's no more action. We're going to this river. Ace 9 or club, and it is a 10. Robert can't improve, and Donito's going to take down this pot with 2 pair, 8s and 4s. Some really big hands here. There's been multiple hands where people have the same flush draws and they end up getting in by the turn, and it doesn't improve, and we see a massive pot just under $1,000 getting shipped again.
Robert, you coming back?
All the way over to Donito again. Robert says he's not going to come back after that. He's taking some unfortunate beats. He never really kind of got anything going, so he's just going to take a break for the night and call it. Jackie is going to put the $10 straddle on. Looks like Justin folds, and the action is going to be on New York. Bob looks down at 9-3 off, so he's going to probably relinquish that. Rock, unfortunately, hasn't been able to get any kind of hands going, so he might be thinking these connectors are good enough to play. 10-9 off. So he's going to call the 10 and come along. PR is going to fold. Donito's going to come along. Why not? He's hitting pretty hard today, so let's see what magic he can't come up with. Chubb's going to fold. Back to Mohawk. Wakes up the 9-4 off. He's going to flat. And Jackie's going to call with the King Deuce. It's going to come 5-3 Queen. Nobody's really improving. King High still good. They're going to check it on down. Four spades means Mohawk takes the lead with a pair of fours. Kind of completes some straights. There's two overcards, some scare cards, so he's definitely got some showdown value. Doesn't want to increase the pot here for sure. And we're going to check it on through, and he's going to show everybody the winner.
It's bullshit though. The blinds are going to be 500, 1,000. It's going to be sitting with 1,000 big blinds.
So once again, if you're just joining us, we do have our big $100, 25,000 guaranteed tournament starting this week on Memorial Day. 10K going to first. We have a $1,000 bonus to the most entries into the day one flight, and a $1,000 bonus for the most bags bagged from these flights. So definitely some good incentive to come along and play. Maybe loosen it up, try to get a bigger bag for day two. Bring it on back to the action over here. Justin's going to be first to act. He's going to let it go.
You know, you get up to a 4-5 bet, suddenly you're in a situation where it's like, wow, the decisions get harder. But 1,000 big blinds are that. I get that they want the
Rock's going to call the $5 with the ace-4 suited. Donito's going to come along and raise it with his suited 6-5. Mohawk again has his clubs. He's got Jack-7 of clubs, so again, another couple of hands with the same suits. See if clubs come out and we go to war. And only one club. Rock gets a pair of fours. Donito with a pair of fives. Mohawk's going to check it, and Rock's going to see where his 4 is. Put some pressure on. He hasn't been able to play, so I'm sure he just wants to get part of the action. Donito's going to call with his 5. And Mohawk's going to come along. Mohawk checks it. Rock checks it. Mohawk does pick up an open and a straight draw. And Donito is going to put on a bit of pressure here at the $160 with his 2 pair. Him and Mohawk are going to go at it again. Mohawk has an open and a straight draw. Donito has 2 pair. And we see the ace of spades, so no improvement for Mohawk. It seems like Donito just has his number all night so far. It's going to go check and a bet and quickly let it go.
Like, it's the win, and then like everybody else. Yeah. They're all just fighting for second. They're awesome.
The 2-5 game was awesome.
Oh, and then the third guy.
Hey, we gotta see it open.
Yeah, just working on it.
Chaos?
He's not here.
I can call him. You know someone else? Give me a minute. I think Chaos is pretty good, actually.
Looks like they're just trying to fill up that 5th seat since Michael has left us. Gonna fold on over to Rock, and he looks down at 10-9 off. He says, let's go for $5. He throws it in. PR comes back. He looks down at ace-9. He says, $5, why not? And Donito says with his king-5 of hearts, it's going to be $30, gentlemen. We're playing for $30. Also looks like we have a new player in seat 5. So glad they got that seat filled. Mohawk's going to go ahead and call the 30. Rock's going to call the 30. And PR's going to call the 30. So we have 4 ways to this flop. And we got Queen 9-4. So Rock and PR both hitting their 9s. Except PR's got that ace kicker. They both check it on to Donito, who is the pre-flop aggressor. He decides to check, and they're going to check it on through. Get us a free turn card, which comes the 10 of clubs. So that gives Rock 2 pair. Brings out a flush draw. We know that nobody has the clubs, but they don't know that. Rock's going to put out a $60 bet. Find out where he's going with this hand so far. Donito's going to come along, and Mohawk come along with his pair of 4s. I wonder if he's got something tricky up his sleeve. Let's see what the river brings. And it's the 8 of clubs. So definitely an action card. It definitely brings the club draw in there. Any jack will make a straight. So definitely a scare card. So Rock is going to check it on down. Maybe some pot control. Donito's going to give up. And like we thought, Mohawk's going to take a stab at it with his 150. Definitely a great card for him to represent. And Rock's going to find a call, and he's going to show down the winner. While we're talking about bad beats, there is the bad beat jackpot, $25,000 if you happen to lose with a straight flush. Both cards must play. That is there. And once again, if you're interested in playing on our live stream, here is the information. We have our 1-3 on Wednesdays and our 2-5 on Fridays. If you're interested, just send an email on over to rgvlive@texascardhouse.com, and we can get you on the list. Join in on this exciting action. We're going to bring it on back, and it looks like Jackie's going to straddle the button for $15. Definitely going to beef up that straddle a little bit. They've been doing 10. Jackie says 15. Justin's going to fold. New York Bob says 9-7's good enough to call, so he's going to come along. PR calls with the ace-5 off. Donito calls. And all the way back to Mohawk, and he wakes up with the kings now. It's his turn with the kings. And he's going to raise it on up for $85. And would you look at this, Jackie wakes up with an ace-queen suited on the button straddle. Wow. Mohawk is just wrong timing all night so far. This could be a big hand with Jackie. And Jackie does go all in for just over $480. PR says he kind of wants to play, but it's probably not going to, and he folds it in. Donito folds it, and it's back onto Mohawk, and he's not folding anything, I would imagine. And there we go. We have the call button coming out. So just over a $1,000 pot. Kings versus ace queen. They're going to go twice. And it comes queen 6-3 rainbow. So Jackie does hit a queen. And oh my gosh, there's the third queen on the top board. So he is free rolling. Mohawk is just running really bad today. But the bottom board comes out ace, deuce, deuce, 6. So the kings are clean for the bottom, and Jackie's going to win the top. So they're going to chop that one on up. So another big hand for Mohawk, and again, kind of getting unlucky that he can't hold up with pocket kings and, you know, get anything kind of going. So really unfortunate for him, kind of as of late, but At least we chop it on up and we can see another hand. Button's going to move.
Yeah, into the game. Wait, you want that ace? Hey, what you have? Kings. I heard you.
We were running ones.
Chubbs and Mohawk kind of talking about the previous hand. They're talking about how an ace didn't come out when he had kings. He hit his queens, but it is amazing that an ace didn't come out. Kings do attract those aces. PR is going to limp in for $5. We got Donito raising to 30. Action over to Mohawk, who looks down at queen jack off. He decides to come along. Jackie's going to fold his cards, and Justin G has ace jack off on the button. He's going to decide to 3-bet it to $130. Make it a little bit more expensive, kind of isolate a little bit. Doesn't want too many hands in the pot here. Fold it back onto PR. That is a bit disgusted at his 130 bet, but he's definitely going to fold the 3-deuce off. Donito thinking with the ace-9. He decides he's going to fold. He's take a little bit of a break, and Mohawk's going to come along. He's got the queen jacks off. Heads up to the flop. Oh my gosh, and it comes 7-5-6. Justin's got the club. I know Mohawk can make some magic happen here, but he's going to decide to check. Very beautiful flop if you play 3-card poker right there. Justin's going to continue, and Mohawk is going to fold it. It is a beautiful sight when you get a flush draw and 2 overs. You just continue betting, you take down the pot. So nice, easy hand for Justin there. New York Bob's going to put the button straddle on. And then looks like they're having a bit of a discussion on who gets priority at the straddle. Okay, so it looks like we don't have a straddle from anybody.
I thought it was just the cards. I didn't think it was.
So there is no straddle, so it's just 5 to play.
I don't know what Angel's going to say, but Pete said it. That's the thing. You never know.
Chubbs is going to go ahead and raise to 15 with his 8-5 all suited. Looks like nobody's going to play. They're talking about the straddle, so Chubbs has an open and everyone folds. Round to PR. He's going to call. We're going to go heads up to the flop. And PR hits a 10. So PR hits a 10. Looks like he checks on over. Chubbs bets 20, call. Going to the turn, the queen of hearts. PR checks again. He picks up a gut shot straight draw. Still good with his 10s. And Chubbs bets 100.
I don't know what
Here's your manager.
And PR is going to call, and he hits 2-pair, ace on the river,
Well, whatever it is.
But I thought the rule was priority.
and he checks it, and Chubbs is next to act. I'd imagine he's going to continue here.
What's the point of that rule if it's a speed? Yeah.
Call it whatever you want. I don't care. I'm telling you, it happened twice, and the floor said, put it out first, you're the strike.
I say we both walk. We were just curious. Nobody's like. nothing's
Chubbs
happened.
bets 300, and PR looks like it. PR calls,
So if the button puts a strike
so PR is going to take a nice pot here.
and then the person under the gun,
They'll say live straddle trumps the button.
Pete and Gil said that it's, once it's been announced,
We're gonna need this in
once
writing.
it's been announced, it's done.
We need it in writing and I'll break it.
Yeah. You got a notary?
I got another question.
Still kind of talking about who has preference, the button straddle or the under the gun straddle once the cards are not dealt.
But what they do weird here. If you move out of, yes.
But we have a button straddle now.
Ringo,
Hold on, check this out.
he doesn't have to post. The big blind's gonna get to him anyway. He doesn't have to.
No, that's bullshit.
If you move out of the big blind, yes. If you move into the big blind.
But it gets even weirder. They count the post towards their call here. It doesn't just go to the center. They've done it. I had the floor count and everything. They made me do it. They made me do it. It's like a whole thing.
I know they'll
So
count
I was like,
it
that's
towards the
wrong.
straddle.
And they're like, that's
I
not
know
wrong.
they'll
It's not
count it
big.
towards the straddle, but the extra dollar, it's gotta go in there.
Donnie's going to come in for the $10 with the 6-4. Mohawk's going to call with his, Mohawk's going to raise, to 60 with his ace queen off. Jackie's going to have the king queen off, and he's going to call for 60.
They've done, I called four.
Fold it back to New York Bob,
Okay, poker sucks. I'm going home.
But here, get this.
and he folds. Rock's going to call the button. He's going to defend his straddle. The Jack 10. And then Donito is going to come along with his 6-4 off. So a little bit of everything for everybody. Let's see what the flop brings. With 9-8 ace, nobody improves. Jack 10 with an open-ended straight draw. Mohawk does get a pair of aces. Graphics are a little laggy. But Mohawk's going to go all in with his pair of aces for 440. Action's back on Rock, who was the open-ended with a backdoor flush draw.
Even if there's a line, if you put your chips out, you don't put them down, you bring them back.
Yeah, I've fallen for that in other groups.
And he's going to let it go, and so is Donito. So Mohawk's going to scoop down a pot with his pair of aces there after going all in.
Nightmare. It's like playing regular limit. You can't get anyone off a hand.
If you are interested in joining some of this action, once again, here is the RGV live email. These guys are obviously mixing it up. There's plenty of action, so if you want to get involved, this is how you play. If you're interested in playing our 1-3 on Wednesdays, still email us and we can add you to the list and get you on the table. Back to the action, we got a straddle. Mohawk's going to go ahead and fold, and Jackie's going to wake up with pocket fours.
And then they fold to the next guy, then they fold to the next guy. $500.
Jackie's going to call with the tens. Justin says raise. He's going to raise it to $50 with the queen of diamonds, jack of hearts.
Colorado to get a tomahawk in the head. That would have been hilarious. And that's how they beat the system.
And it's going to fold over to PR, who says call with his ace of diamonds, 3 of hearts. So we got 3 players to the flop.
You lose somebody's buy-in instead of fucking raising that round.
Flop comes out 7-8-8. So Jackie's fours are still good. He's going to check it. Justin's going to check it. Option on PR on the button. And he says $100.
Well, however many players he has to take. Because that first person that won that, no, they're all gonna get raised. Yeah, but it all gets whittled down by 100. The rate is only gonna be 5%. No. If you buy in 9 people,
Jackie folds his 4s. And Justin's going to fold, and PR is going to take down that pot.
Well, everyone's putting some money on the table. Only the people that made it win the pot. Yeah. But they're not. He's not going to win again because he's agreeing to put the 100 for everyone else. Yeah, that's why. But he's going to do that 8 times, so he's going to lose 8 pots. It's going to be back down to 100. The money's going to be onto the table. It's not onto the same money. He's literally the same money. He can't reload. He can't buy in for more than 100. And then the next person's going to be up 2, and then the next person's going to be up 3.
Looks like we got a misdeal. Car flipped over. Ooh, Bob would have had some paint. But it is a misdeal, so it doesn't matter. And we're on to the next one. So again, it is a ladies' night. Today is Friday, so that means ladies play for free. Come check out some of our cocktails here at the bar. Ladies play for free. We'll have the games on the TV, so have a nice relaxing Friday if you want to come join us. You can watch the 2-5 while you're in the lobby. You can play our $20 tournament, so plenty of things going on today on Fridays. Now we're back to the action. There's no straddle, so Mohawk's first to act, and he's got the Jack-8 of diamonds. He's going to open it up to $15. And look at this. Jackie wakes up with aces. He just flat calls. Bob calls with the 5-4 off. Donito with the 6s. He calls. Michael, our new player, get involved. He calls with the Queen Jack of clubs. And then Chubb's also with the Queen 10 of clubs. So there's a lot of hands going on here. Jackie hiding the aces. And we see Queen Jack 3, and Michael stealing 2 pair, and he's gonna check it. Chubbs has top pair, he's gonna check it. Mohawk with middle pair, he says check, and Jackie is thinking, what does Jackie do here? Jackie says $55. Maybe try to thin out the field, find out where his aces are. Fold it over to Michael, and he says call. Chubb says call, and Mohawk says call. So we got 4 ways to the turn, and it comes to 6 of spades. 6 of spades does complete a flush draw, so it is a bit of a scare card. Jackie with the ace of spades, so that is a great card for Jackie. It's checked on over to him, and he goes all in for $325. New player Michael calls. He's got 2 pair ahead at the moment. Mohawk gets out of the way. No more action. We got 2 pair versus aces. Any spade, any paired board. And Jackie does not improve. So Michael getting involved with his first hand on the table. He's going to take down a nice pot with 2 pair here. That's a pretty nasty hands. It's hard to get away with the aces, excuse me, especially with the ace of spades in his hands. And Michael, a new player, not really getting enough information from him, so he's just going to get clean double up almost there. Excuse me, he had plenty behind. It was not a double up, that is.
I'm understanding the physicality of I'm going to try to beat the shit out of you because I need it. I don't understand that part.
Just seeing if Jackie's going to return now.
At least for me, like I don't used to be.
This is been
You questioning what he was about now?
yeah, for a second I thought that.
He thought the word parent.
Just finding out how much Jackie is reloading for, I believe.
No, for the like the regular
Jackie's going to reload for just slightly over 500. Come back in. After that aces versus 2 pair hand. And after reloading, he is first act with the queen 8 off. Jackie and Justin are going to fold. Back over to New York Bob. He says fold. Rock's going to come along with the ace deuce of diamonds. PR and Danito fold. We're going to go to Michael, who calls it the ace 4. And Chubb's waking up with the kings now. That's the third kings, if not the fourth one we've seen today. But Chubb's turn to wake up with the kings, and he's going to raise it up to 35. Mohawk comes along with the jack 7 of hearts. Rock calls with his suited ace, and Michael comes with his suited ace. So 4 ways to this flop. And it comes ace 6 7. Like we said before in the stream, those kings do draw the aces. 2 people hitting those aces. Mohawk with another monster. He's got a pair and a flush draw. We got a check, bet, and calls. Chubbs gets rid of those kings. Wow. Rock picks up a flush draw along with his aces. Mohawk still with the pair and flush draw, and Michael now has 2 pairs, so that was an action card for everybody. Mohawk's going to bet the 150. Rock's going to call the 150. And Michael says raise 300. Mohawk puts it in for 500, just over. And action's back on Rock. He's got top pair with a flush draw. 2 people with aggressive action in front of him. What do you do here? Getting a count from Mohawk now. Here he has the 150 out there, so he's.
He can too. He made it 300. Yeah, 515, 5,300. Yeah, it's more than that. He doesn't have to. He raised 150. His raise is double the 150. His raise has to be 450. I have to raise 450, and it's open.
Looks like they're discussing the incremental bet, whether or not it can reopen for Michael. He doesn't want to just flat call and have Michael go all in, so he's just verifying that.
But that was 150. The raise was 150. That means that for it to be open, it has to be 450. No, it has to be 450 or more.
And Rock is going to call, and Michael is just going to call. So we got 3 ways to the flop. Mohawk's all in. We're going into a side pot. Both the aces are going to a side pot. Ash Cash over here just getting the pots ready. We do have more action to this side pot. Big pot brewing, just under $2,000 right now. And comes the 9 of clubs, so no flush just come in. And it goes check, check. And ace 4 is going to be good for the entire pot. So Michael's going to take down a nice little pot there. He's second hand when he's just sat down, so he's starting to heat up. Just a heart or a diamond for either 2, and he fades those.
That makes a little sense. A guy who can play pro baseball and he can pro NFL.
Again, Memorial Day starts our $100 tournament, $25,000 guarantee, $10,000 to first place. where there is a $1,000 bonus for the most entries into any of the day 1As, along with a $1,000 bonus for the most bags. So definitely some great prizes there this month for this tournament. Definitely going to entice a little bit of action, I'd imagine, starting on Monday. Let's get back to the action on the table. And we got a straddle on the button. Mohawk's going to kind of go take a breather. He is taking the brunt of it all night. Justin G is going to go ahead and raise it up to 35. Here, Bob to go. Rock's going to come along with his king 10 off. PR with threes. I believe threes were just hit for the $1,500 quads. So those were the high hand of the night, just hit. So threes are hot. Michael comes along with his jack 9 off. Chubbs is going to defend his straddle with the jack 10, and we're going 5 ways to this flop. Here comes 8, 9, 10. Chubbs flopping a straight. Pair of 9s for Michael. 3s for PR, no good. King 10 is going to be a gut shot for Rock, backdoor flush draw, and Justin G also has a gut shot with a bigger backdoor flush draw. So a little bit of action. Checked on over to Chubbs, who bets 125 on the button, and Justin is going to let that one go. Rock's going to let that one go. PR just saying goodbye to his 3s. And Michael says call again, mixing it up here. He's got a pair and a gut shot as well. The 10 comes out, they will chop it. And that's a 9. That is an action card right there. Chubb still has the straight, but Michael picks up a ton of equity. Any paired card on the board or his hand, and he makes a full house, a 10 for a chop. And he bets 200. And Chubb says all in. Michael quickly snap calls. And we have a deuce of spades, the cleanest river. And it looks like Chubb's going to take it down with a straight. Michael heating up and giving some of those chips on over to Chubbs. That was a really unfortunate turn card there. There's not really much I think he can do. Unfortunately, when you get trips with a gut shot and so much of that equity, when someone says all in, you kind of just have to run with it. And unfortunately, the river just didn't pan out for him. Just while Ash is getting that going, I do want to remind everybody that today is Friday. It is our $20 buy and $20 rebuy tournament with $2,000 guaranteed. Tons of action in this tournament. You can play for 20, you can pay for 200. As long as your stack doesn't go above 50, you can keep adding on $20 at a time. Last week, first place took home over $1,100, just under $1,200 for a $20 buy-in. It was his one and only bullet, which is pretty amazing for a Friday night $20 tournament. It's also ladies' nights on Fridays, where ladies play for free. Come on in and play on the stream, play in cash, and you'll be playing free for the night. And then as well as here's the information for the TCH Live in case you want to play the 2-5 Friday. So plenty of options for a Friday night here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. We're going to get back on over to the action over here. New York Bob's going to be first act with the Queen Jack off.
I've only played on the stream with him once, and I've only missed 2 streams since it started.
This is only the second 2-5 stream I played. I played
There must have been both days that I missed.
Well, I
Bob's going to go ahead and raise it. Rock's going to call with sixes. PR wakes up with a pocket pair of fours. He's going to call the 20. Michael has ace-10 suited. He's going to call the 20. Chubbs with a 6-5 suited. He's going to call the 20. And Mohawk with the queen-jack. He's on the button. And he's going to call the 20 as well. Jackie calls the 20 with his queen-jack off. Looks like we got 6 players going to this flop. Excuse me, there's 7 players. I see 6 hands, but there's 7 players. Math checks out. There's 140 in the pot at 20 each. Comes 3, 10, king. So we have an open and a straight draw for New York Bob and Jackie and Mohawk all with the same hand. Pair of 10s for Michael. 6s and 4s are pocket pairs that are behind. Chubbs with a flush draw. So they're going to check it on, and everybody needs a turn card. What does it bring in? There it is. There's the spades. Chubbs makes his flush. Mohawk, Jackie, and New York Bob all making that straight, but Chubbs coming ahead with the flush draw. Excuse me, with the made flush from his flush draw. Jackie's going to bet 40. New York Bob's going to call 40. Chubb's going to call 40, and it's back to Mohawk on the button. And he really is just getting the brunt of it today. He's just running into big hands and making big hands. Excuse me, action was on Chubbs, who raises 240. This makes it easier. While we catch up with the graphics. So Chubbs raises a 240, and Mohawk does let it go. He does have the straight. He lets it go. Oh, the queen jack is going to let it go, and then New York Bob is going to come along. He's got a straight. Let you know is one of 3. It's still no good. Chubbs with the flush, and it comes the 7 of diamonds. So no really scare card. If Chubbs thought he was good now, he's probably going to continue thinking he is good, and New York Bob's just trying to get to showdown. Maybe weary of those spades if Chubbs was to bet. Chubbs is going to put in a little value bet of 200. Enticing little bet. Definitely trying to get some of those jack 8s, 8-6s to call there. And, you know, Bob does, and he's going to show over the queen jack, but Chubbs is going to show the 6-5. So nice bet by Chubbs there to get some value out of New York Bob. New York Bob, unfortunately, having a strong hand again and just kind of running into it. Some of the other players also mentioning that they had the same straight, so that would have been 3 people with the same straight. New York Bob's the one that decided to go to showdown and see if it's good. Jackie's got the $10 button straddle going. They've been straddling pretty regularly on this table. Definitely some action going. It's not needed. They create their own action, but the straddle has definitely been going, so looks like a very lively, fun game. We got Rock raising with ace, queen of clubs to 35. Michael's going to call with the jack 10 off. Mohawk's going to come with his 9-4 of spades for 35. We're going to have 35. Excuse me. We're going to have 3 players to the flop. Flop comes 9 of clubs, king of clubs, jack of diamonds. So the ace queen of clubs is sitting there nice and pretty. They got the 10 for the straight. Flush draw, 2 overs. Michael with the pair of jacks is in the lead for the moment. We got a bet of 50 and a call, and they're going to go heads up. And the queen comes out, so Michael makes the straight. Rock has a pair, still has his flush draw, still has the straight draw himself, but Michael with the straight now. Rock's going to check it on over, and Michael's going to bet $100. And Rock says 300. Rightly so. He picks up a pair, and he still has flush draw, so he might think he's good here, and he raises it up. And then Michael says all in, and Rock calls, so all of a sudden we have a $2,600 pot. Nut flush draw with a straight, and the 8 of clubs comes out, and there is the flush for Rock. He gets there. Wow.
Yeah, right?
Wow. Everyone even agreeing that he hasn't been playing a lot, and he finally gets that hand. It's probably the biggest hand, I want to say, of the night. $2,600, maybe $2,700 over here on the 2-5 game. Nasty hand from Michael for sure. Not much he can do. He's got the straight. And the club just comes out to give Rock that flush draw. Wow, wow, wow. Just a big hand over here. Kind of in disbelief myself, just kind of getting in there, and Michael kind of getting unlucky. He was running pretty good the first few hands, and last 3 big hands have just not gone his way. So kind of unlucky there for Michael.
Yeah, it's one of those times where you don't look back, you're like, if this card comes on the turn, man, that's a big hand. And it came, and you didn't think about looking back to your hand.
I want to thank everybody for joining us, and if you did not know, our morning promotion that if you clock in and play before 11 a.m., play 1 hour and you'll get 2 hours for free. That's a pretty decent promotion that we have here at Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Instead of spending $12 an hour, which is normally $36, you're spending $12 for 3 hours, so you're essentially getting $4 hours. Very hard to beat paying $4 an hour. So just come in before 11 a.m., start playing. Once you play for 1 hour, you get 2 hours for free.
Oh, no. You didn't look? No. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever noticed this, but when I always flip over my hand right away. But I'm looking at it, and everybody else looking at it. I would even before I make it. Bro, watch the situation. Bro, watch this. On the turn that I have to. Promise you, watch the stream. You'll see me do this to my card. I ban it because I'm like, I would try to do it like, I want to make sure it's it. I would try to do it when somebody's putting chips out. Oh, okay.
Axe is going to start over with PR with a 9-10 of diamonds. Donito kind of has been quiet, but he picks up the King Heart Jack clubs, and he's going to raise it to 30. Michael folds, rightly so. He's might take a little break, go get reloaded. It's definitely a big hand after that straight versus flush. Chubb's going to come along for 30, and Jackie wakes up with the ace-queen of spades, and he says 3-bet to $100. Justin's going to fold. New York Bob's going to fold. Back to Rock with the King-6 of diamonds. He decides to let go. Back to PR with his 10-9 of diamonds. He says he's good for 100. 100 goes in. Back to Donito. Donito's going to go ahead and call the 100, and Chubb's going to come along. Getting just getting the correct odds, kind of come in and maybe get fishy with it. And he picks up a gut shot straight draw. Needs an 8 to get there. So far, 10 is the best pair out there. Ace, Queen, and King, Jack are just overcards. PR says he's going to bet $100, find out where his 10 is. Jorge gives the call, and we're going heads up. And we have the ace of hearts. Brings back door hearts. See if it slows down PR, and PR says no, it's going to be 175. Kind of test out where he is. And Jorge is going to let it go. Trying to get him to show the bluff, and he goes ahead and shows is not a bluff. No bluff.
I was like, oh, good turn. And then I was like, I wonder if he stays quiet. And he kept being ugly.
As you can see for the overhead shot there, stacks are getting pretty big. Definitely a lot of action the last couple rounds, 2 or 3 rounds. There's definitely been some massive pots. The 2600 pot a few hands ago definitely being one of them. So there's definitely action being moved tonight on our 2-5 game. We have a live straddle right now. 10 to call. Action's going to be on Chubbs. And he says fold. Mohawk says fold. Jackie and Justin both say fold. New York Bob's going to call the 15. Defend his button. PR is going to come along. Option over to Donito, and he wakes up with ace-queen in the straddle. Obviously, the players don't believe him. It's hard to wake up with a big hand, and rightly so. He does put the pressure on them, saying 125, and they say you can have the $30. Guess they'll watch the stream later and find out that he actually had it. Donito really getting some big hands today, and he's just playing them. You know, he's definitely getting some good hands for the night. So like I said, if you want to join in on some of this action, here is the information for the Texas Card House RGV live email. If you fancy yourself playing on the 1-3 on Wednesdays, or you want to join in with these lovely bunch on Fridays, play the 2-5, just send us an email or come on into the club and talk to one of our floors. We'll happily get you on the list and get you going for the next week. Speaking of next week, we are starting our $100 buy-in tournament with a $25,000 prize pool, 10K to first, 1K for the most bags, and 1K for the most entry bonus. So definitely some action involved with this tournament next week, starting on Memorial Day, 5/27. We got 2 fights a day, one at 1 p.m., one at 6 p.m. So if you can't play the nighttime, you can play the morning. And if you can't make the morning because of work or other previous arrangements, you can still play the 6 o'clock fight, with day 2 going to be on Sunday at 2 p.m. Bringing on back, and Chubbs is not here, but they're going to fold his king 4. Mohawk tosses his king 8 in the muck. Jackie's got the 10-9 of diamonds, and he says he's going to call for the 10-9 of diamonds. Limp on in. Bob says why not with 7-6. PR has the king jack off. He says $5 is good, and Donito says, you know what, that's good enough for him. So they're going to go 4 ways to this here flop. And all of a sudden, there's a king for PR and a pair of 7s for New York Bob. So those gentlemen catch a bit of something. Donito's going to get out of the way along with Jackie and let these boys play. PR betting 20, Bob calling the 20. Heads up to the turn. And we got a jack. So PR making 2 pair. Bob still just with the pair of 7s. PR checks and Bob checks, so we're going to go see a river. PR being a little trappy here. The 10 of clubs could be a little scare card. I'd imagine just going to check for some showdown value, and King Jack's just going to take it on down. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us this Friday night again from Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. My name is Declan, by the way, if I didn't mention it before.
Tell them the game's real soft. We need more money.
Coming down here from Dallas, very new to the area. Beautiful area, amazing people, great food. Definitely recommend checking this place out if you haven't. It's definitely a hidden gem down here in the south of Texas. We got straddle on, and Jackie's going to fold the 5-4. Justin's going to let it go. He's kind of slowed down a little bit, but not really getting anything.
Yeah.
And it looks like everyone's going to fold except for Donito. So Donito and Mohawk going at it again. Donito with the queen 6 of diamonds and Mohawk with the 6 deuce of hearts. And it comes diamond, dime, heart. So again, Donito getting the best of them, but they go check, check, and Mohawk picks up his own flush draw. Both players without a pair, so tons of equity, and once again, Donito just gets that pair and bets 15. I imagine Mohawk's going to fold it.
One of them is Matt Conway, and the other one is a first timer, unknown name. He's got like 2,000
Frank won it out there? Pete. Huh? He won the chips out there? Did he win the 2,000?
Pete!
They see Pete and they're excited. Pete's a great guy. Pete's one of the floors down here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. He'll often play in the 1-3 or the 2-5. You can catch him on the floor. He's a great guy, great to chat with. Definitely will mix it up and test you out. So
That's probably why he's hurried over there. The mic.
Are you dealing with hands still?
I want to say Jackie is going to go ahead and take off for the night. He's kind of had it, so we appreciate him coming out. I guess that's what Pete was coming and saying, that they're getting the 2 players to come in now. Somebody in from the main table out on the cash game. Looks like they're saying it's a misdeal because it was dealt in. They didn't know Jackie wasn't coming back, so Jackie's not coming back, so it will be a misdeal. Let's go ahead and redeal it. We're on hand 41, so these guys are actually playing pretty quick for a live stream. Normally out on the floor, they go a little faster, but some of these live stream hands can take a little lengthy, and they're actually playing pretty quick and pretty big, so definitely impressive. Definitely a good bunch. Looks like a fun game so far. New York Bob's going to be first to act, and he's going to say no. Rock is going to say no. PR is going to say no, and Donito on the button with 7-6. Donito's grabbing some chips, and he says $15. New player joining us there in seat 5. We got Chubbs waking up with kings again. That's the 4th or 5th kings we've seen tonight. Chubbs has definitely gotten them twice now, and he's raised it with 3 bet to 55. And it's going to go heads up against him and Donito. Some big hands once again tonight at Rio Grande Valley, Texas Card House. And what a flop, if any flop. While Donito doesn't get a pair, he does get an open-ended straight draw with a backdoor flush draw. Chubbs' black king is a club. It's not a spade, but he's going to continue with $50. And Donito's going to raise to 135, and he's just going to take it down. Chubbs folding the kings there, so I think Donito got one through. Again, these guys have tons of history with each other, so I'm sure that fold was made by a decision with tons of information from previous hands. just while we get the new players coming on in, let's talk about our Saturday tournament. So if you're interested in playing a deep stack tournament, we do have a $200 buy-in that starts at 2 p.m. You start with the 50,000 starting stack and 30-minute blind, so tons of play involved. 5K guaranteed, 2K going to first place guaranteed. Pretty nice little prize pool there, if I say so myself. Guaranteed. If you're learning to play, it's a nice tournament. Deep stack, deep levels, allows you to make some mistakes maybe learn from some errors, but not necessarily lose the tournament. So it's definitely a nice tournament. It's definitely growing more popularity week to week, getting 2 to 3 tables and beefing up that guaranteed prize pool. Bring it back onto the action, and we're going to get a fold, excuse me, a straddle on the button. Mohawk calls the 10, and that's where we see the folds come. Matt C joins us in seat 8. And Rock waking up with a hand. He hasn't got many hands, but he wakes up with ace queen. He's going to raise it to 35. PR calls the 35. He likes his ace. He's going to come along.
As much as you want.
Donito says fold. Jesse in seat 5 is our new player. He wakes up with the king 10. 35 for him to play. Want to come on in and get his feet wet. Straight away, he's going to call. Chubb's waking up with the queen jack suited on the button. He's going to defend his straddle, and Mohawk says, why not? Everybody's doing it, and I'm doing it. So we're going to go 5 ways to this flop. Comes 9, 8, 7. So an open and a straight for Jesse. Pair of 7s for PR. Pair of 9s for Mohawk. And a gut shot for Chubbs. Definitely some action going to go on here. We got a check from Mohawk, Rock, and PR. Jesse with the open and a straight and a king high. He's weighing on his options, and he says bet of $60. He says $60. And Chubb says he's coming along with his gut shot and 2 overs. Backdoor flush draw as well. Mohawk is taking some bad beats, so I don't imagine he really wants to get involved with his 9. And PR is probably going to relinquish this as well. So they're going to go heads up to the turn. And there's the 10. So Chubbs is making the nut straight. Jesse's made a pair of 10s. And Jesse's the one telling the story. Jesse checks. Actions on Chubbs. Chubbs says a bet of $200. And Jesse quickly calls with his pair. Hoping Chubbs doesn't have a 6 or a jack. Maybe his 10 is good, and it comes an 8, so it pairs the board. Straight is still the best hand right now. Not the best plausible hand, but it's the best hand between these two. Jesse goes ahead and checks. Chubb's just trying to weigh out what kind of hands call on the turn here. He's got a strong hand, but probably doesn't want to get raised, so he's probably figuring out a nice bet here, and he comes out with 305. I want to say he said all in, and 305 is to put Jesse all in, and he does make the call, and Chubbs does show him the bad news of a straight. Unfortunately, Jesse's going to muck the 10. So Chubbs taking him down a nice pot there. Fortunate for our new player Michael getting involved. Nice welcome to the table, I guess. We're on hand 43, and there's been tons of action already. Like you saw there, another all-in, another scoop pot for just over $1,000. We've been playing for just about 2 hours. These guys are definitely mixing it up. They're definitely getting it in, not afraid to gamble it up, and definitely put each other to the test. So definitely a good game going on tonight right now. Michael just saying how much he's reloading for. Sorry, not Michael, Jesse, excuse me. That was the previous graphic. New York Bob looks like he's snacking on something, but he doesn't have anything to play with, so he's going to go back to snacking. Rock's got the King Jack. He says $5 is good. PR looks down at the 5-3 of diamonds. He says that's good enough to call. Donito folds. Jesse folds. Chubb's going to take a little break and fold that hand. Mohawk's going to raise 30 on the button, try to take some of that dead money. Definitely using his position here. Matt's next to act. He's going to fold. Justin's going to fold. Back to Rock. He tosses in that green chip just to call. With the King Jack, PR probably not going to go anywhere. Has definitely been given some action. I'm liking the play. They got three-way action. And it comes 9 ace 3 all hearts. Rock with the Jack high flush draw. Mohawk with the 10 high flush draw. And a pair of threes for PR, which happens to be the best hand at the moment. They check it all the way down to the turn with the deuce of spades, which is good for nobody. They check it again. It comes the 6 of spades, so threes are still good. No heart, no overcard for anybody. It goes check all the way to the button. Mohawk says $60. Try to take a stab at it. He can't win if showdown, so he's going to bet 60. Especially after it goes check, 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 assuming he can just take it on down. And PR believes him. He says you got to have something. You maybe has an ace. He raise and continue the story. So Mohawk takes that one down. Definitely needed to scoop some pots in. He's definitely getting the brunt of some bad beats earlier. So definitely trying to play and mix it up and show his skill that instead of trying to get it in and get unlucky again. Rock is going to go ahead and put out the $15 straddle under the gun.
They get hot. They get hot real quick.
PR is going to call with the Jack Hen clubs. He's going to call 15. And Jesse's going to look down at the Ace Jack, and he's going to raise it on up to 60. Mocha look at the King 6 of clubs, and he says $60 is good for him, so he comes along. Fold it around back to PR, who was happy to call with his Jack 10 of clubs. So again, we have two players with clubs going to a flop. Got three players on a flop. And it comes Queen 9-3. So no improvement. PR with the open and a straight. Ace high still good. King 6. Looking for a pair. Jesse says $60. Mohawk is going to fold, and PR is going to call with his open and a straight. And it comes the 10, so now Jesse has an open-ended straight. But PR makes a pair of 10s. Does bring out the third heart there, so it could slow down a little bit of this action. Definitely a scare card out there. But Jesse says he's scared of nothing. And bets 160. With the action back on PR, let's see what he wants to do. He technically still also has the same open-ended. And he makes the call, and we're going to see a river. And that brings the queen of clubs. So pairs the board. Definitely going to see some action here. And we see a check, and Jesse's going to put in the 320. Complete bluff, but he's been telling the entire story the entire way. He could say that he's got a queen here, hearts, representing a whole bunch. Definitely putting PR to the test for a call here.
This is true.
Bro, like, one of my buddies, every time I go out of town or I come around, I'm like, hey, where do I go? What do you want to eat? And I tell him, go here, go here. And like, you always give me like 3 suggestions.
PR is just thinking about it, asking for accounts. Just trying to piece some of the information, see if it's good, and looks like he says call, and Jesse shows ace high. PR shows a pair of 10s, and he's going to take down that pot for 1,300. Wow, PR does find the call here. You can hear the table talk there. They're definitely saying there's some heroes on the table. That was definitely a big call by PR. Like I said before, these guys definitely have some history with each other. I'm sure there's tons of hands that are making some of these decisions from the past for sure. Looks like Jesse's going to load up a little bit more again. Looks like Jesse's coming back in for just over 700 slightly. So another reload there. No straddle on, so a little bit of slowdown, especially while the gentlemen are eating. Definitely getting some fuel for some more carnage, I'd imagine, but looks like we're just playing for $5, and PR wakes up with jacks after that hand, so running pretty good, and now Jack's under the gun. And he's going to say $65. Donino wakes up with the king 5 suited. And he's coming along. He says call. Jesse's going to fold. Chubb's going to fold. Mohawk's going to come along. Mohawk with the ace-5 of hearts. So another big suited hand for Mohawk. Fold around to Bob. Who's going to let it go? Rock's going to let it go. So we're going to see 3 ways to this flop. Just a little bit of lag there. So the flop comes out. We have 9, 6, 9, 2 diamonds. Nobody with a 9, nobody with diamonds, so jacks are still good. PR is going to bet 150. Donito says that's not his neighborhood, so he's going to fold. And Mohawk's also going to fold, so PR is going to take this one on down. Once again, our next week starts our $100 tournament. 25,000 guarantee, big one, with 10K to first. Starting Memorial Day, first flight's going to be at 1 p.m. every day, and second flight's going to be 6 p.m. every day, with day 2 on Sunday. There's a 1K bonus for the most entries into all the day ones, and there's a 1K bonus for the most bags brought to day 2. So definitely some bonuses there. Definitely join us next week for a good action-packed week. Shown back in here. And we have a straddle, and it looks like Rocks calls with the Queen 9. PR calls. Donito calls the 10. Jesse calls the 10. Matt C is going to call the 10. It's almost a family pot. Action back onto New York Bob. And looks like we got 6-way action to this here flop. Comes 8-4 deuce with 2 spades. Nobody with a flush draw. Doesn't look like anybody's got much of anything. The 7-5's got a gut shot for the straight. Just needs a 6. Ace-5 still currently in the lead. So he's going to go ahead and bet the $15. New York Bob's going to call with his straight draw. And Donito's going to come along with his king high. We're going 3 ways to the turn. And it comes to 7 of spades. So Donito picks up a pair as well as Bob. Both making a pair of 7s. Jesse picks up the same straight draw that Bob has now. 6 will make them both a straight. Donito bets $35, and Jesse says he calls. And New York Bob also calls, so we're going to the river. And it's the ace of clubs, so Jesse's going to go ahead and take the lead with his pair of aces. Donito checks it on over. I'd imagine we're going to see a bet here. And we do. Jesse says he's going to bet $50. New York Bob says call with his pair of 7s. And Donito also says call, so we're going to showdown. And Jesse's going to show the ace. Both those 7s are not going to be too pleased with that outcome. Ace on the river, Barry Greenstein's book. But it's good enough to take down a $360 pot, so Jesse's going to take that down.
I guess I'll take this one. That hand shouldn't feel good. No, we all know that feeling.
You almost embarrassed to turn it over.
I want to thank everybody for joining us again here at Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Tonight we have our 2-5 No Limit Hold'em live stream. We're on hand number 47, going for about 2.5 hours. These guys have been having some fun, definitely mixing it up. So if you're just joining us, welcome. And if you've been here the entire time, you've been part of the action. Jesse's going to be first to act, and he's got ace-king. So facing a $5 bet is what he's facing, but I think he's going to raise it on up here. Looks like he's getting chips to raise, and he does. Sounds like the dealer said 45, and it is 45 to play. And Matt C wakes up with aces. Wow, look what's going to happen here. Is he going to flat call, or is he going to decide to raise it now? And he decides that he's going to put in a raise. He's going to 3-bet it to 125 with his aces. Folded at PR. He's going to fold, and Donito's going to fold back onto Jesse with his ace-king. $80 to call, just getting about 2 to 1.
Service, stream room.
Yeah, I'd like some money in it. Yes, please. Thank you.
Jesse's putting in a call, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. Ace king versus aces. And it comes king high. Wow. Jesse kind of running unfortunate there with top pair, top kicker, with Matt having aces. Jesse's going to bet $300, just about a pot-sized bet. Matt says all in, and Jesse says call. So they run it, and wow, there's a third ace. There's a fourth ace out, comes on the turn. That's so gross. You can hear it on the table as well. That's just unfortunate for Jesse. He just locks him dead. Matt's just going to get that clean double up again. Another just over $1,000 pot with some two big hands just clashing into each other here. Wow. Yeah, there's not much you could do there from Jesse's point of view. You get top, it's going in on the turn regardless. So there's not much he can do even if Matt did slow play. That's just really a unfortunate timing for both players. Fortunate for Matt to get the aces and unfortunate for Jesse to get the ace king here.
Don't say it. Do you know your VPIP online? Yeah. Okay. You want to do $15, see if it's close.
Guys are just talking about their VPIP, so just trying to listen in. Betting who has the most VPIP. Which is very interesting, seeing as these guys are definitely a lively bunch, so it would be interesting to see who does have the most VPIP between them. There's been some people coming in and out, so it wouldn't be necessarily true, but Jesse's been mixing it up from since he sat down. Even though Rock hasn't been playing too many hands, he's definitely got the biggest pot of the night. So some definitely interesting statistics there. Georgie's going to go ahead and straddle for 10, and Mohawk's going to re-straddle for 20. So talk about VPIP.
It doesn't even really matter. We could just pick the number. Let's say for all of it. Whoever's closest.
And Matt wakes up with queens. Aces and then queens with a double straddle. Let's see what he goes ahead and does first to speak. And Matt raises on to $70. Rock waking up with ace, king, and diamond, so another massive hand here. Again, a $20 straddle, and you have queens and ace, king. So definitely going to see some fireworks this hand, I'd imagine. And then Jesse's got the ace, 8-7 of clubs. Definitely a great drawing hand, one of my favorite hands to kind of get in trouble with. Can definitely do some magic. Chubbs is going to throw it into the muck, say goodbye to that 10. And then Mohawk's going to look down at queen, jack off, and maybe thinking about getting a little froggy here. He's going to come along. He's just going to call. 4 players to this flop. And we got 3 deuce 4, so very low board, the lowest board you can plausibly have. It is a rainbow. There is no diamond, so 8-7 technically has 2 overs. King Jack has 2 overs. But then we have the real ones, the queens. They check it on to Matt, and he bets 200. 2/3 pot bet. Back to Rock, that also has 2 overs, 5 for a straight. I don't imagine he's going to go anywhere, and he does put in the call. It's back to Jesse. And the turn is the 6 of spades. Looks like Matt is all in, and Rock is going to make a decision. Looks like Rock folds, they rabbit hunt, And if that was the 5 of clubs, it looks like Rock would have actually got there had he called. So unfortunately for him, he does not call. But another big hand going Matt's way with his queens. Unfortunately for Rock, he would have got the straight, and he would have been part of probably the second biggest hand of the night, if not the biggest one. Almost another $2,500 pot. So he folded. Fortunate for Matt to get the aces and queens, and for Rock to fold there. So definitely some run good going Matt's way tonight.
Matty be down 2,000 today, and he still has like 5K from the fucking the drop box. It's a lot of that. You're really good at those, like winning prizes and all that.
I'm really good. I can start real parties.
So like whenever you get to like let's say shopping center, like if you get to the front, like for sure something comes up.
No straddleless hand, so Mohawk is just going to say $50 with his Jack 6 clubs. He doesn't want to play for $5. He wants to play for $50. Folded to New York Bob. 4-3 suit is not good enough. PR has definitely been involved with a lot of pots right now, so he's going to come in with the 10-7. Definitely not afraid of some action. Donito either. He's going to come with the King Jack. And then Jesse wakes up with the Ace of Clubs and the 9 of Clubs. So a nice suited ace there. We're going to go 4 ways to this flop. And it's going to come King, 9, King. So Donito flopping trip kings right now. And Jesse's going to bet with his 9. He's going to just put a little feeler bet, $25 into 225 pots. So that's going in there. And then gets through to 2 players. Over to Donito, and he just says call. Why not? It's $25. Going to go to a turn. And here comes the Jack, and there's a full house for Donito. Jesse is essentially drawing dead. He is, but not essentially, but he is, which is rather unfortunate. He's going to continue here. He doesn't know that Juanito has the exact King Jacks, but he bets a small bet, just a little feeler bet of 55. Donito probably thinking about maybe flat calling, see what he might bet on the river. And he does. He just has a flat call right here. And it comes a deuce of spades, which doesn't change anything ever. So Jesse might bet again if he thought his hand was good now. And he goes all in for the 117. And Donito is going to obviously call and show him the bad news. Donito's definitely been getting some hands today. Gets another full house with a premium hand and definitely maximizes the value there. Donito definitely an experienced player, so he definitely knows how to wade through some of these younger guys, and he's definitely played with some of these guys before, so there's definitely some history. They definitely know him for sure. I think they're just informing Jesse of the min rebuys 500, so he can reload and come back in. Definitely unfortunate for him. He had some good early hands, and then he kind of just ran into some of the later hands. So while we wait for him to get chips. No straddle on this hand, so Matt's going to be first to act, facing 5. $5 to call. 10-5 is no good. Justin's going to wake up with the ace-king off. He's going to say, let's play for a little bit more, raise it up to 15. New York Bob with the 9-8 suited. He says absolutely, let's go. For $15, why not? PRC's an ace and 7, and he says 15 is also good. And then Donito again with another big hand. He's gotten jacks now. And he's just going to call. I wonder if he's got some bad intentions here. Definitely letting some more people come on in. We got Chubbs coming in with the 15, and then Mohawk with the King 10 says, that's a whole bunch of dead money. We're going to steal it. And it's like Donito knows. Jacks don't play good multi-way. He must have known that Mohawk's just going to get it in there. But what does Justin do here? He's sitting there with the ace-king. And he goes over the top for protection. He goes all in for just under $2,000. This could be the biggest pot we see of the night right here. Bob's thinking about it. Definitely weighing up his options. It's definitely a good drawing hand. This is all pre-flop, mind you. Looks like he decides he's going to let it go. PR kind of giving Donito the Uska look, seeing if what he's going to do. Let's say it looks like he's folding. And then back to Donito. What does he do here? He's got jacks, and there's an all-in and another all-in in front of him. Definitely a bit hidden here. I don't suspect people think he's on jacks, and definitely a hard decision. He's definitely thinking about it. And Donito's all in. So this is going to be one of our biggest pots, not only of the night, but one of our biggest pots on the 2-5 for sure. As you can hear on the table, they said, how did this happen? It started at 15 and then it escalated to 5,000, excuse me, 4,000. So we have 3 ways. We have King 10, Ace King, and Jacks. And we got a flop coming out, and we have Ace 3 Queen. So Justin takes the lead with the ace. Jacks are behind, and you need a jack for the straight, but Donito has 2 of them. Runs out a deuce and a 7, so no jack for Mohawk, no trips for Donito, and Justin's going to take down a massive $4,000 pot. That is a massive, massive pot right there. Started at 15. Mohawk decided $200 for some dead money and just stepped into, unfortunately, 2 massive hands and caused a bit of carnage here. So that is a massive hand. While John counts us down just to verify, because it is close between Donito and Justin. Again, Donito kind of now getting unlucky. He was running really good during the stream and the early hands, but now getting those jacks versus the ace king is just an absolute cooler, considering. It's hard to get away from this pre-flop, but hey, that's how if it doesn't come an ace or a king, it's going the other way. So that's the nature of the game, I guess. But very hard decisions there. Massive hand, massive pot. Again, tons of action here at the 2-5 Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Wow, I want to say Donito's going to find out the bad news that he does have him just about covered. I want to say by close to 200. I mean, $200 is still a lot of money, but $2,000, it does make it kind of close. So massive hand, there going Justin G's way. Looks like they're playing some sort of gamble game.
Oh my God, there was 100 in there.
Looks like Justin put a black chip and a green chip to gamble with the dealer and see which hand he got. We didn't get to see what he got, but nice little gamble for the dealer as well. Wow. Wow. Speaking of massive odds or massive guarantees, we have a $25,000 guarantee for our big one. $100 buy-in starts on Monday. There's going to be $10,000 going to first place, along with $1,000 for the most bags and $1,000 for the most entries into the tournament. So definitely plenty of action starting on Monday. There's going to be 2 flights per day, starting at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m., with day 2 starting on 2 p.m. Sunday. So definitely make sure you get down here and join us. There'll be flip and goes going throughout the week. 1 in 10 is going to get a seat, $10. Gets you into the $100 tournament. You ship the $100 for $10K. Means you just won $10,000 for a $10 buy-in. So bit of a dream if you can make that happen. So come and join us for those $10 flips to get into the $100 tournament for a chance for that $10K for first prize. After that hand, I want to say Donito's going to kind of take a break. Rightly so. Jax is a massive hand to lose with. I don't think Jesse's coming back, so definitely some seats to fill there. But again, some massive hands to unfortunately make those players go bust. So they played well up to this point, and there's not much you can do against a cooler. You know, waking up with Jax there, an ace king, it's a coin flip. 50-50, and it just kind of went Justin's way. So we're back with a straddle on the button. Matt's going to call from the big blind with his 5-3. New York Bob is going to call with the ace deuce. Chubbs will check his option. There's going to be 3 ways to this flop. Comes king 10-9, so no pair for anyone. But it looks like we got a flush draw for Matt. Technically, a better backdoor flush draw for Chubbs if it was to come running clubs. Ace high is currently the best hand at the moment. Goes check, check, and Chubbs does bet $25. Maybe tries to take the pot down now. Senses a bit of weakness. Matt's not going to go anywhere with that flush draw. He'll take another card. And it comes a deuce. Chubbs technically ahead with a 6 high. And it looks like he is still ahead with the 6 high. We got a bet and a fold. You guys are just talking about their 6 high and 5 high. Chubbs would have had the best hand. We got a straddle under the gun for 10. And Rock's going to wake up with ace king off, and he's going to raise it on up to 35. Fold around to Mohawk. He's going to call it the queen jack off, it looks like, for 35. Folds around to Bob, and he's got ace 8 of clubs, so he's going to come along as well with his suited ace. Defend his button straddle, and it comes deuce 3-6, so very baby cards coming out with some monster overcards in their hands. And Bob checks. Rock is going to bet $40. He's going to continuation with his ace king from pre-flop. Mohawk's not going anywhere. He's got 2 overs, definitely not afraid to mix it up, so he calls with the queen jack. And New York Bob with the check raise. He comes along with 155. Definitely out here playing some games. And he's got the ace king to fold and queen jack to fold, and he gets it through. So Nice little bet by Bob there. Nice little check raise to get one through for sure. Definitely playing some poker now. Definitely a nice little bet there to take that pot for sure.
No, they're pinks here.
Once again, guys, I do want to thank you for joining me. And if you want to join us on the felt, this is the RGV Live at Texas Card House email. If you're interested in playing this 2-5 and kind of mixing up with these guys and getting in the chaos, you may do so. Jump on the Friday stream. If you want to play a bit of a smaller game, but you still want to get on our stream, the 1-3 on Wednesdays is definitely available. Same email if you want to jump on in and test your skills on the stream with us.
I'll show you a picture. I have a video. No, I'm saying it looks badass.
Getting back to the action, we have a straddle from Rock under the gun. PR is going to look down at 10-9 off from the low jack, as that position is sometimes called. He flats the 10, and Chubbs in the hijack is going to fold it. Mohawk folds. Matt's going to fold back to Justin in the small blind. He's got 4-3 off. Looking at a $10 straddle. He says no thank you. Bob with the ace-4 suited. Just $5 to go. But he decides we're going to raise it on up to 30. Rock wakes up with pocket sixes. He says I'm coming along for 40. And PR says he's coming along. Looks like we also got a new player. Tons of chips, so we'll get back to that in a second. Going to the action here now. PR flops top pair with a open and a straight draw. Rock flops a gut shot with his pocket sixes, and New York Bob is a backdoor flush draw and just one overcard with his ace. Checked on over to PR, who bets 65, test out where his 10 is. The sixes are going to relinquish it, and Bob's going to call. And the ace on the turn, so Bob pulls ahead. PR still with the open ender in a pair, so I don't imagine he's not going to bet here. New York Bob checks. PR does bet 100. Bob just flat calls with his ace. Little pot control. And it comes the Queen of Hearts. So doesn't necessarily change the player's hands, but it does change kind of the texture of the board. Looks like it goes check, check, and Bob's going to just take down a nice $450 pot. It doesn't always have to be $4,000. It could just be $450, but he still takes down a nice little pot. Like I said, we have a new player coming in C4. Looks like there's at least 1,400 without including the black. John V's going to ask, excuse me, 1,500. There's another barrel. So we got 1,500 plus another 15. So he's in for 3,000. So there's plenty being added to the table. Just listen to some chit chat between New York Bob and our new player now. It is a nice shirt. Looks like the dude, the Big Lebowski, has a poker card on a shirt. So definitely a nice shirt if you get the reference. I hope it's the Big Lebowski and I'm not mistaken, but Chubb's waking up with kings for the third time this stream. My gosh, I wonder if he knows he has to give those back, but he's going to go ahead and raise it up to 20. Matt C is going to look down at ace 3 off, and he's going to call the 20. Justin G on the button with Jack 10 suited. Jack 10 is one of the best drawing hands in Hold'em. If I'm not mistaken, if you want to play rock, paper, scissors in poker, it's Jack 10 suited, ace, king off, and pocket deuces. So Jack 10 is definitely a strong drawing hand. So strong, he is going to 3-bet it here to 80. So he makes it 80. Fold it around back to Chubbs, and he's got pocket kings again. Both of them are super deep. 3K effective at least. He's going to 4-bet to 300. Matt's going to get out of the way. Definitely some of the two biggest stacks here on the table. Can definitely mix it up here. Let's just see what's going to happen. And Justin just elects for a call, so we have just under a $700 pot. Heads up, kings versus Jack 10. And it comes 10 and 2 hearts with, wow, look at this. We have kings overcards, top pair, decent kicker, and a flush draw for Justin. Like I said, definitely one of the better drawing hands in Hold'em. But he's still behind. Chubbs is first to act to make a decision. He's going to bet 220. Normally this kind of board is safe for kings. I'd imagine he's trying to get a little bit of value from some things while protecting against some flush draws. Definitely doesn't know that Justin has a type of hand that he does have. 10x with 2 hearts is definitely a monster hand, and he's going to click it on back to 440.
Button straddle. Dealer announces button straddle. Under the gun wants to straddle. Can you straddle?
Usually we go whoever put it up first. So the one's up there, that's the one I would do. But if they both want to do it at the same time, then it's going to go to the under the gun.
Thank you. Yep.
Action on Chubbs. He puts some chips out there just for a call. So he just flat calls Justin's raise here. Going to the turn, it comes the deuce of diamonds. Normally that is a safer card than not. Shouldn't really change too much. But this pot is brewing. It's a $1,500 pot already on the turn. Looks like Chubbs goes for a check. It's just up to Justin to see what he wants to do now. And Justin says 500 as he slides in a barrel of green. I'm definitely not one of the better players, so I'm not going to even try to say ranges here, but just understanding the dynamic of the hand. Kings is in a particular spot here. You know, definitely 5-4 suited could be in the range, 5-4 spades, diamonds, and clubs. It just gets there. Obviously all the pocket pairs, the ace 10, king 10 of hearts. Chubbs only has the black kings. So definitely a range of things that Justin can definitely has that could be doing this. And Chubbs just elects to call. And I see 7 of diamonds. So no flush draw, no improvement for Justin. $2,500 pot. And Chubbs elects to check again. Justin kind of calling out Chubbs' hand, saying he feels like it's aces or kings. What do you do if someone calls your hand here? They're definitely playing at a high level right now. And Justin says all in. And Chubbs says call, and this is our big, like I said before, they have 3K effective and they end up getting it in. Chubbs is going to scoop just about a $6,400 pot. And like you hear Justin say there, you didn't put me on 10s, which he definitely could have had. But Chubbs picking out the right read and scooping a gigantic pot right now. said at the start of the hand, these guys are the two big stacks at the table essentially, and if they wanted to mix it up, it could be fireworks, and that's exactly what it is. So John's going to go ahead and get the count with this one. Just verify who's got what. This is definitely some poker, guys. I tell you that much. It's a hard thing to face a $2,500 bet with kings on this kind of board. 9-8 gets there, 5-4, all the sets. So Jorge definitely picking out a good read there and scooping in a really nice pot. So definitely a massive hand right there. Everyone kind of just talking about Ernesto or Donito that was in C4 because he was running good, and then he ran into the jacks versus the ace-king that Justin just had, and then Justin just ran the jack-10 into kings for a massive pot. So definitely a lot of action going on today here at the Rio Grande Valley 2-5 game. Justin taking it very well. You can tell he's definitely an experienced player and understands the situation. So fair play to him, taking it well. Getting back to the action, we have a strat on the button. And Rock is going to fold. PR is going to fold. Looks like C4 folded. Jesse is going to raise it to 25. And Mohawk has been quiet, but again, he picks up another big hand, so he's got pocket tens. He's going to elect just to call. Justin folds. I'd imagine New York Bob's going to come along, defend his button. He does. And we have ace 8-8, so ace jack taking the lead over Mohawk's tens. Not much for New York Bob. Jesse goes ahead and checks. Mohawk checks. Bob's going to put in a bet and try to take it. No one seems interested in it. So he says $65, but Jesse's definitely going to be interested in this. With another player behind, does he raise now and isolate, or does he call and try to beef up this pot? Could be afraid of an 8, maybe some pot control. So he says call, and Mohawk fires in a call really quick. So we're still going to be 3 ways to the turn. And it comes the queen of clubs, so it does complete the flush draw. Essentially bringing Mohawk his backdoor flush draw. Bob has the same backdoor flush draw, but deuce of clubs won't be good in this instance unless Mohawk folds. We got Jesse betting 100. Mohawk calls, and New York Bob folds, so they're going to go heads up, and it's another ace. So Jesse with the full house, and that ace coming out makes it kind of unlikely that Jesse has an ace, so Mohawk might think he's good here. Kind of just depends on what Jesse wants to do. And he elects to go all in. And we have a call, and Mohawk is going to be shown the bad news. He really is just running really unlucky today. That's really unfair to have that happen, but that is part of the game, getting the full house in the river. Another big pot going Jesse's way, and unfortunately not for Mohawk, excuse me. While we do the dealer chain, so another announcement. I want to just get this out there, guys. It's a really exciting tournament. I hope you guys join us for some of these days, it's only $100 buy-in and it's $10,000 for first. We run $10 flip and goes every day, all day during the tournament, so you can essentially get into this tournament for $10 and play your way to winning $10,000. If you happen to win a few of the flip and goes and have a few entries, most entries into the tournament gets a $1,000 bonus. The most amount of bags in today too also gets a $1,000 bonus. So plenty of action starting on Memorial Day, Monday. There's 2 flights a day, one at 1 p.m., one at 6 p.m. with day 2 on Sunday at 2. I believe Miss Ashley is back in the box. And it looks like Jesse's looking down at King 10 off. And he calls, and Mohawk looks down at the Jack 7 of hearts, and he's going to raise it to 60. And when you look at this, again, Matt C waking up with aces, and Mohawk just kind of getting unlucky. Matt C elects just a flat call. Maybe he senses a little bit of tilt and from Mohawk, and rightly so. He's really taken some really bad beats for this. We got 3 ways to the flop, and it comes queen, queen, queen. So that's gonna make him play some poker now. PR just says $5, see what's going on. Mohawk's gonna raise to 70, and Matt's sitting there with aces. Somebody could definitely have a queen X hand over here, so definitely not sitting too comfortable, but you gotta be comfortable with the aces for sure. So he's just gonna elect to call, and PR is gonna just let it go. Comes the 9 of diamonds. Goes check, check, and it comes the 8. Mohawk bets 350, and again, he's going to see Matt say call, turn over the second nuts, and you're going to have to show me the queen, he says, because I got aces. And again, Mohawk just running into another unfortunate situation. So it looks like we got a live straddle for 10, and Mohawk's going to re-straddle for 20. Like you said, Jorge's not even here, and he's straddling $10. That is some confidence. Matt C is going to be first to act after the second straddle for 20. He's going to go ahead and get out of the way, so is Justin. Back to New York Bob. Folds around to Sam, C4. He looks down at the Jack 10 suited this time. Sam elects to raise it to 95. Jesse, Jorge all fold. Mohawk says he's all in for 120. And 4 is going to call for the remaining $25. And they're going to go heads up with no more action. Come ace, king, deuce, 3, 9. So queen high is actually going to be good here. No improvement for Sam. No flush draw, no straight, no pair. And queen high is just going to take that down. So a little bit of redemption here for Mohawk. Get some chips in. Coming his way. So Mohawk's got the $10 straddle while we get it going again. Matt C's not going to be here, so they're going to fold his hand. New York Bob is going to wake up at tens. New York Bob's going to raise it on to 50. Jesse wakes up with pocket nines. He's going to call the 50. Mohawk's going to look down at the 6 deuce, and he's coming along. We're going to go 3 ways to this flop. Oh, wow, and Jesse hits his set. Comes ace, jack, 9. Jesse first to act. And he bets 105. Mohawk is out. And with 2 overs to New York Bob's pocket tens. Bob is going to let it go. He decides that he's beat. And Jesse shows, so Ash flips it on over, and everyone sees that he did have trips, so big hand for Jesse, good fold for New York Bob here. Again, thank you for everybody for joining us so far. We've been in 3 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. Very much appreciate everybody kind of hanging out with us and joining us through the night. It's definitely been some high action going on. I just want to give you a friendly reminder that if you are trying to join some of this action and you want to play on any one of our live streams, here is our TCH Live RGV email. It's rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. If you're interested in playing on this 2-5 next week or any other week, along with our 1-3, just send us an email or come into the club and talk to any one of the floors. We'll happily get you in the right direction to playing for any one of these streams and any of the future streams if you're interested. Let's jump back in here. So we got no straddle. It looks like we're folded to Bob. That's gonna throw in his 9-4 off. That's no good. Rock's gonna limp in for the 5. PR says 5-4 suited is good. Sam decides no more limping. 35. He's gonna raise it up with the king jack off to 35. Jesse waking up with the king queen on the button. And imagine he's coming along. Puts in the call. Chubb's waking up with the queen 10 suited. He calls. Back to Rock. He puts in the extra 30. He's coming along. PR also says he calls, so we're going 5 ways to this flop. Flop comes 8-7-3, so no improvement. King queen is still the best hand. We have a gut shot with the 5-4. 6 comes along, we make a straight. The ace of spades comes out. Jesse's the only one with the spade. After going check, 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 flop and turn, we're gonna go to the river. Which comes with 3 of clubs, so it pairs the board. Doesn't change anything for our players' hands. It goes check, 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 and king queen is going to turn it on over and scoop the pot. Unfortunate for Sam and technically Rock for having kicker problems. Everybody with king high, but Jesse with the queen kicker that'll play. Pair 3s, ace, king, queen. Justin does say straddle. So we got 10 under the gun to start off. Action's going to be on New York Bob. New York Bob folds. We got Rock fold, PR folds. Sam's going to raise to 35. Jesse's going to come along with his ace-7 suited, and we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. Pair of 7s for Jesse, open and a straight draw for Sam, and a pair of kings for Justin, so just a little bit of something for everyone. Sam is going to go ahead and bet his 35 with his open and a straight draw. Jesse's going to flat call with his pair of 7s, backdoor flush draw, technically. And Justin's going to raise it to 135. He's going to protect his king here. Maybe try to push out some of the diamonds. Find out where he's at. Might think Sam's just on a continuation bet and doesn't have very much. But Sam likes to call. And Jesse comes along for the ride as well with his pair of 7s. And we have the 9, so the queen 10 does make the straight, so Sam has the absolute nuts right now. He's first act and he checks. Jesse checks, and Justin's going to do some pot control and check, and what a card. That's very unfortunate for Jesse. He is kind of taking the brunt of it as well. He's making trips, and Sam has a straight. They check it to... Excuse me, they don't check. Justin bets 320. And he gets Jesse to fold the straight. Wow, Justin betting with his king here. Gets Sam to fold the queen 10 for the straight, and Jesse's sitting there with trips. If Jesse can find a hero call, he's got the best hand. And he does make the call. Sam is not going to be pleased when he sees this outcome. He's definitely kicking himself. But that is a hard decision, and Jesse does find a call there. A lot of heart from Justin to put the bet in. But Jesse ends up finding a call. We got Mohawk back. He's got a straddle on the button.
Hey, people on the stream are like, hey, Matt, get your fucking laptop and use this, or commenting on their laptop. Very, the only thing I can hear your fucking
Matt's going to be first to act with the straddle on the button. He's going to throw in the king 5 off.
Yeah, right.
Justin's going to wake up with the ace jack, and he's going to raise it to 35. Bob, Rock, and PR are all going to fold. Sammy's going to fold. Jesse's going to fold. Chubb's going to fold. And Mohawk's going to wake up with ace jack, so they got twinsies going on. They got the same hand. And it looks like Mohawk is going to put in a raise. 175. Justin's going to go all in. Mohawk's going to call. So it's heads up. They got the same hand. Once we get the 4 flush of death, we got 2 spades and a club, king, another spade, so 1 more spade, and Justin's got it, but it is the queen of diamonds, so no 4 flush for Justin. That really would have been unfortunate for Mohawk if he got done dirty that way. He's been getting some awful beats all night, so that would have been a very mean way for that to happen for him. I don't know how else to say it because it's just not a nice way to see you know, some unfortunate situations just like that. He's definitely taking some beats, keeping his composure nice and cool. So I will have to say that fair play to Mohawk. You know, it's very hard to keep your composure, especially in some of these high stakes games. He definitely understands certain situations. So fair play to him for keeping some composure here during some of these harder times and just trying to still mix it up and play back and, you know, grind it on back. So some big props to him. So we're going to have a call from Rock with a 7-6. PR is going to limp along with the ace-4. Jesse says $5 is good for him. Chubb says it's just $5. Let's go on in. Mohawk looks down at the 10-8. He says, sure, why not? Matt folds. Justin wakes up with pocket sixes, but he's going to check it. And New York Bob's going to have Jack 10 off with the option. Looks like we are 7 ways to this here flop.
And the first one, there was only like 4 or 5 of them.
And it comes Jack, Queen, 9. So once again, New York Bob is flopping massive. He got a pair, open and a straight, but Mohawk has flopped a straight and is involved in another big pot. Pocket sixes are a pair. Jack 4 is going to fold. Sorry, the graphic said 7-4. So we have Mohawk with his flop straight and New York Bob with a pair and an open ender. Ace of spades comes out. Mohawk goes all in with the action back on Bob. I'd imagine Mohawk is trying to protect against flush draws now or any kind of riffraff. He's happy with the pot. And if he gets a call, he's got the best hand for the moment. Obviously, King 10 is a better hand, but seeing as Bob didn't snap, he knows he doesn't have the King 10 right now, so he's probably sitting very comfortable with the straight. Bob, on the other hand, has a pair, knowing that's no good, but probably weighing up his options for an 8 or a king to win. Maybe trying to find if Mohawk has a bluff here, and he can make some sort of call.
I know you're a ripping kind of guy, but if you want me to put twice.
Just letting Bob think, and they're offering a deal if he was to call. And it looks like Bob's just going to go ahead and let it go and fight for another day. And then Mohawk gets to scoop in another pot and start getting some chips his way.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna do it.
What did you have? I flopped it. But no way. I didn't have it when I had. The hand is over. Next. That's the good thing about this game. 30 seconds later, there's another hand.
If you can hear Bob, like he said, he's just going to live to see another day. 30 seconds later, you get to see another hand.
Ultimately,
Rightly
my
so.
decision was I just could have been dead. Which I wasn't, but almost. What pair was that?
Right now, PR calls $5. Looks like Sam wakes up with pocket fives, raises to 25, and then Jesse getting kings. This is the 5th or 6th time we've seen kings on this stream, guys. 2 red kings. Jorge had them 3 times with that 6K pot against Justin. Jesse elects to 3-bet to 75 with his kings. Chubbs, Mohawk, Matt, and Justin are going to get out of the way.
Paying 600 to flip the table over.
Bob is also going to get out of the way. Rock is going to come along with his 9-7 of hearts. PR is going to fold, and Sam's going to come along. So we have 3 ways to this flop. We got pocket fives, kings, and 9-7 suited. And there's a 5 in the window along with a king. Oh my gosh, look at this. Jesse with middle set, Sam with bottom set. There's about 1.6 effective between them, so this could be a massive pot.
I had a 10 with a pair.
Jesse bets 250 and Sam's thinking about it.
Hence the fold.
And he elects just a call. Definitely trapping here. Hoping he's got ace king, 2 pair, and he's trips are gonna get paid. Turn comes the 4 of diamonds. With the action on Sam. Does he want to let Jesse continue, or does he want to start taking the lead now? And he decides he's going to take the lead. He's going to bet $700, so just a pot-sized bet right now. Looks like Sam actually checked and Jesse's betting the 700, excuse me. A little bit of a delay. Still a pot-sized bet. And Sam is going to call. So now the pot's up to 2,100 between these three, and both of them kind of playing a little sneaky. 8 of diamonds doesn't change much unless they had 6, 7 of spades, something scary like that. But set versus set is the reality. 2,100 in the pot, 900 left for Jesse. I'd imagine this is going in. Sam is also licking his lips, I'd imagine. Massive cooler here tonight going on between all these hands, mostly involving kings as well. Ernesto's kings, Chubbs' kings, now Jesse's kings. Sam bets 500, Jesse sends it. Sam obviously says call, and they're going to show the bad news. What a cooler. Not much you could do there from Sam. Kind of a dream flop, dream situation. Definitely slow played it to a situation where he can get his opponent to get it all in. A lot of ace kings kind of get it in there. Ace fives, ace fours. Definitely a lot of hands that he could beat, and he just ran into the 2 that beat him. So definitely unfortunate there for Sam to sit down. Just while Ask the Dealer counts it on up and verifies everything once again, just so you guys do know, once again, if you're joining us and you missed out on your chance over the last 3 hours, this is your information in case you're trying to play on the stream and get involved in some of this action. Just send us an email at rgvlive@Texas Card House. You can play the 2-5 on Fridays or the 1-3 on Wednesdays. Hop on and have some fun with these guys and be part of the action. Definitely a good game, so if you're interested in playing, please sending us an email or come into the club and see one of any of the supervisors or floors. We'll happily get you situated and on the right path. And then again, we do have our $100 tournament starting on Monday with a $10K to first, $25,000 prize pool. $1,000 for the most entries into the tournament, with $1,000 for the most bags being gone to day 2. So plenty of bonuses for playing. Definitely a big guarantee for first and a big guarantee in general. We're going to have flip and goes going throughout the week. For $10, 1 in 10 gets a seat. So you can hypothetically qualify for just $10 for a chance to win $10,000 for first. Guaranteed. Back at the action, and would you look at this? Kings. At this point, I don't think we're even surprised anymore. It's like every 4th hand. Kings. It's understood. But Sam does wake up the kings himself, so it's his turn with them. He's going to raise to 25, and New York Bob's going to come along and defend his button with the Jack-7. This is the 7th time, I think, or 6th time we've seen kings. And it's going to come 10-4-3. 2 hearts. Sam with the only heart. But he doesn't really need it. He's got the kings. He's going to bet 20. And New York Bob's going to call for 20. He's going to see a turn. It comes up 5 clubs. Bringing New York Bob a straight draw with the 6 if it was to come out on the river. And there's the ace. That could hypothetically slow down Sam. I'd imagine he'll check, maybe call a bet. I don't imagine he'll bet. He does check. Bob bets 65. And it's definitely putting Sam to the test here because that ace is a scare card. Any deuce makes a straight. Kings do draw aces. And Sam puts in the call, and Bob will show the jack high, and Sam will scoop the pot. We're on hand number 65. We've been playing all night. Again, I want to thank everybody for watching us with some of this lively action on this 2-5 tonight. Hand number 65, but it feels like they've been playing a million hands with those chip stacks. Get back to it, and Jesse again weighing up with another monster. He's got jacks first to speak under the gun, and he's going to open up for $30. Chubb's going to fold the ace-7. Mohawk's going to fold. Matt's going to fold. Justin waking up with the ace-queen. I can see a 3-bet coming in here. He might elect to fold, but excuse me, elect to call, but I can see a 3-bet coming in. And he does elect a 3-bet to 130. New York Bob folds, Rock folds. Decision on PR with the king of diamonds, jack of hearts. And he's going to fold. Jesse's going to fold. Excuse me, Sam, not Jesse. Jesse doesn't know that PR folded one of those jacks if he was to need it. So if there was an ace or a queen, Jesse's going to have one more card only. So let's see what the flop brings. And it comes a safe flop. Deuce 10-5. 2 spades. They both check it on down. Jacks are good. Ace queen happy with some pot control. Comes the 8 of diamonds. Jesse's going to check. Justin's going to put a little tester bet of $80 now. Jesse's comfortable with his jack, so he's going to keep coming along. And comes the 4 of spades. Completes the flush draw. Completes a bit of a straight draw if you have 6-3, ace-3. But Jesse said he's not afraid. He's going to go ahead and bet. And Justin is going to let it go. So jacks are going to take it down. A lot of fluctuation in these games. Jesse is the second winner after taking some of those bad beats. He's grinding on up to being up 1.7. You know, so fair play, but definitely some massive hands for Jesse going his way. The kings versus fives hands definitely helped. Got Chubbs with the straddle on the gun for 10. Mohawk looks down at the king 9, says no thank you. Matt and Justin are going to say no thank you. New York Bob folds. Rock calls with the queen 9 of spades. PR says $10 on the button sounds good to him. And Sam is going to say punish the limpers 65. Got to raise it up with his ace of diamonds 8. Put a little action on the table. And Jesse's going to fold and folds back to... Everyone folds. Okay, so he takes it on down. Nice little bet there. Takes in some of the dead money and move on to the next hand. Nice. So as you can see there, we have the aggression frequency. Jesse's at 45%. Sam at 38. Justin at 30. Mohawk at 28. So almost 1 in every 3 hands. These guys are involved. Like I said, that's the majority of the table, kind of mixing it up. These guys are definitely talented and not afraid to get creative in certain spots. Definitely some big hands and coolers, but they're definitely able to mix it on up and be creative. Mohawk's gonna look at the king queen off, facing the $5 bet. He's gonna open it up to 15. Matt's gonna call. Justin will fold. New York Bob and Rock fold. PR will call with the 6-3. And then Chubbs is going to wake up with the ace-king off. And he's going to raise it on up to 125. Mohawk is going to fold it. Matt's going to fold it. Actions on PR here. They're asking how much white he has behind. Obviously, Jorge did have that massive hand against Justin, so a little jovialness about the whites being in front. Just some banter between the two guys. We got no straddle this hand. So we're facing a $5 bet. Matt C is going to be first to act. Looking down at the 10, 7 off. Matt's going to fold. Justin's going to fold. Back to, excuse me, Justin's going to raise, it looks like. Raise to 15. A little bit of a delay, excuse me. And then New York Bob is going to call. PR will call for 15. Chubbs is going to fold. Mohawk looks down at 9 deuce of diamonds. He says he's going to call for the 15. Defend his big blind. We're going to go 4 ways to this flop. Here comes king deuce 8. So New York Bob flopping top pair. Mohawk flopping bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw for Mohawk if it was to come running diamonds. Goes check and Justin continues for 30. New York Bob calls for 30. And Mohawk's going to call with the 30. So we got 3-way going to the turn. And then there's the 5 of spades. New York Bob also picks up a flush draw now. Justin still with the pair of deuces along with Mohawk. Looks like Justin G is all in. New York Bob called. So we have a flush. Wow, it looks like Justin said he misread his hand. He thought he had spades, the jack of spades, and then New York Bob actually had it. So New York Bob's going to win that pot with a flush. Guys are just joking. What happens if there's 2 spades, 2 jack of spades in the deck? Obviously, there's not. Definitely make sure that all the cards are unique 52 here. No straddle once again, so Justin's going to be facing a $5 bet looking down at the king and deuce off. He's going to elect to fold. New York Bob is going to have the ace 4 of clubs suited. Bob's going to go ahead and open it up to $25, it looks like. Folds around to Jesse. He's got 10 5 of clubs. He folds. Chose fold, and Mohawk waking up with ace king, and he's going to put in a 3-bet to 125. Matt C is going to get out of the way, and action is going to be back to New York Bob.
That was, they said it was like 8 years ago. Bro, nobody notices it. It comes like 2 queen of spades. It comes like 3 queen 9.
New York Bob is going to call, and we're going to go heads up to this flop. We got ace 4 clubs versus ace king off, and wow, what a flop here. Bob flops top pair, nut flush draw. Mohawk is flopping top with the 10 for the straight. And Mohawk's all in, and New York Bob calls. It's just getting in, guys. There's no way around it. So once again, Mohawk's involved in another massive pot. Definitely getting some massive hands and getting into some very unique situations. So they agree to 1 time. There's another ace. And the 8 of clubs, so there's a flush for Bob, and it's going to be ace king for Mohawk. And he is really not running good today. That is just a car crash of a hand. It's going in on the turn. There's nothing that either player is going to do. That is just an unfortunate situation for Mohawk. So we do have our morning promotion still running. It's going to carry on over. If you're playing before 11 a.m. at any cash table, you play for 1 hour, and we'll give you 2 hours for free. Normally when you purchase an hour, it is $12, so 3 hours is $36. But in this instance, you're only paying $12 for 3 hours, so essentially you're getting $4 an hour with this promotion. So come and join us before 11 a.m. Start playing. After you play 1 hour, you get credited 2 hours absolutely for free. Can't really beat $4 an hour at that price. All right, we get to jump back right on in. New York Bob is first to act on the gun with the 10-5 off.
You want to get out of here now?
Dude, I've been climbing that all night.
Looks like it's folding around to PR, who's going to open to 15 with ace-jack. Sam's going to defend with the 7-6 suited. Jesse's going to defend with ace-8 off. Matt C is going to defend with the 9-8 of diamonds. Justin G will just defend his big blind. And we got 5 ways to the flop. Queen 6-3, got a pair of 6s for Sam. It's essentially the only real improvement. Everyone's checking. Ace of diamonds comes out. That makes a pair for our pre-flop aggressors, pre-flop PR, and Jesse. Sam with the pair of 6s still. PR is going to go ahead and bet 100. Jesse's going to go ahead and think, weigh out his options. Jesse says call. Matt picks up the flush draw, but he decides to fold it. Justin folds it, so we have the 2 aces going head to head. 6 or a 3, they could chop it. 8, Jesse can scoop it. And it comes the 4 of diamonds. So Matt would have had the flush. but he ended up folding. The kickers are going to play. It looks like PR checks, and it looks like Jesse checks, and PR is going to go ahead and scoop this pot.
There was this guy, Louis T.I. Louis what? Louis T.I. Used to play for the Boston Red Sox. He folded with 100. He made a commercial for a hot dog.
You heard that? You heard that meltdown?
Spanish accent, huh? And he talked to the man, good to me with a wiener. Yeah, plenty enough. Wiener, yeah. That was the commercial he did. It's good to be with a wiener.
Always very interested in some of the poker stories at the table, if you're able to hear that. A lot of older kind of historical stories. Always fun to hear. Always very interesting. Rock is going to fold. PR is going to look down at the King 9 of Hearts. He's going to call for 5. Sam's going to fold, and Jesse wakes up with another monster. He's going to say $45 to play now. Chubb's waking up with the Queen Jack of Hearts. He's going to throw those in. Maybe sensing a bit of strength from Jesse. Mohawk is going to call with the 6-4 of clubs. Justin G will come along. And then New York Bob also wakes up with Ace King, so he's also has Ace King now. New York Bob's going to 3-bet to 205. With the action back to PR. PR is going to fold it. With the action back to Jesse, who also has the Ace King. He says call. Mohawk is also going to come along in. He's got 6-4 of clubs, so definitely a drawing hand against these two. Flop could definitely come his way. Justin G now thinking about it. Justin G says he's going to come along, so we got 4 ways to this flop. That's going to come 9, 4, 3. So Justin G gets a pair of 9s. Both the Ace Kings still just have high cards, and then Mohawk with a pair of 4s. 2 spades, so there is the backdoor flush option, runner for the Ace Kings. Justin G is going to check, and Bob's turn to continue the story. Bob says 400. Jesse's still kind of weighing his options here. He's going to fold it. So Jesse folds, and looks like Mohawk is in. Bit of a lag. Yeah, now that we're caught up, it looks like Mohawk is all in after Jesse folded, and Justin's making a decision. He has top pair right now, so he's got the best hand. Justin G just thinking it right now, and he's going to lay down the top pair. It's only 39 for Bob to call, and Mohawk's actually in the lead. Comes the 10 of clubs, no improvement for New York Bob, and it comes the jack of clubs, so no improvement for New York Bob. So pair of fours is going to be good for this $17 pot. Justin obviously not happy that he folded the 9 there. He was definitely thinking about calling there, so he's definitely upset with himself a little bit. But definitely a hard situation. Pot's going on over to Mohawk. Definitely a must-needed pot for this gentleman. He's taking some fairly bad beats, so nice little pot coming his way. Kind of ease up the pain of that. Unfortunate for New York Bob, he tried to get it through, had 2 overs, and just didn't go his way. But him going all in obviously pushed Justin off the best hand, so. Action is on Jesse. He's looking at King Jack of spades. He's going to raise to 30. Mohawk's going to look down at ace queen off. He's going to call for 30. Justin will look at 8-7 off. He calls for 30. Folded around to Rock, who's going to call it 30. We're going to go 4 ways to this flop. With a flop of 10, 5, 4, 2 diamonds. Nobody makes a pair. Ace Queen is still the best hand currently. 6 would give Justin the straight. Mohawk calls Jesse's $25 bet, and they go heads up. Three spades comes, gives Jesse his flush draw. Mohawk still with the best hand with ace high. Jesse's going to bet 60, and Jesse's going to call. We're going to the river. And it is the queen. So Mohawk gets there with a pair of queens, and Jesse misses the flush draw, which is a pair of kings. He checks it. Mohawk bets the 150. And Jesse is going to fold. Mohawk's going to take it down.
I could have sworn it was 130, dude.
It's because that's a weird number.
Oh, first place is guaranteed.
So once again, we are having our $100, the big one, starting on Monday. There is $10,000 guaranteed to first place for this $100 buy-in. We will be having $10 flip and goes that can get you into this tournament. So essentially for $10, you have a chance to win the $10,000 first place. Day ones are going to be at 1 and 6 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So plenty of opportunities to get mixed involved. We have bonuses for the biggest bag and the most entries, so make sure you do come by and check this one out. It's definitely going to be a lot of action this week. All right, we get to jump back to the action now. I want to say it looks like we have a double straddle to the 20. Just while some of these graphics catch up. Gets back to Justin, who raises to 130. Definitely some dead money out there with all those limps, and Justin says they're going to pay for it. So he raises to 130.
Than most road winners, and you can see like how they feel bad for players whenever they lose or get sucked down. Like guy leaders are just like so good. They don't care. Only road winners are
Had a dude try to flip the table.
Jesse's thinking the 10-4 of hearts. He calls. He's coming along. Chubbs with the king, jack of hearts. Decides that's not going to be good enough with these two gentlemen mixing it on up. And then Mohawk's coming on in with the king 10. So we got 3 people to this flop. Players, rather. I guess they're people too. And we have a ace 9-5 rainbow with no diamonds on this board. So nobody making a pair. King 10 is the best hand at the moment. Everybody checks on through. We're going to see a turn. And it is the deuce of spades. Still no improvement. Justin picks up a flush draw. King 10 is still the best hand. Jesse picks up a straight draw with the 3. Jesse checks. Mohawk is going to bet 200, and Justin's going to put the pressure on for an all-in bet of just over 900. Put Mohawk to a decision. Mohawk really put some thought into this. He doesn't believe him. And he does. So he does relinquish it, and Justin does show the bluff. Okay, and once again, we have our email. So if you're interested in getting involved with this 2-5 or our 1-3 or any of our streams, go ahead and email us at rgvlive@texascardhouse.com, or come on into the club and talk to any one of the floors. We'll happily get you on the list or in the right direction so you can start mixing it up with these lovely fellows and ladies. Speaking of ladies, every Friday is Ladies Night Play for Free Fridays. So hypothetically, you would be playing for free on the stream, ladies. See if we don't jump back into the action, and we do. Okay, we're back. Jesse with the 8-6. He calls for 5. Chubbs looks down at ace-deuce suited. He says 5. Mohawk and Matt fold. Justin G is going to raise it on up to 15. New York Bob's going to fold. Rock will come along with the jack-6 of clubs. PR will fold. Sam will fold. And Jesse calls, so it looks like we're going to go 4 ways to this flop. We got king, 3 of diamonds with the queen of hearts. So Chubbs picks up the nut flush draw. And there is no pair for pretty much anyone. So Chubbs has a lot of equity with the ace high and the flush draw here in this hand. Technically picks up a straight draw now with the 4. Still doesn't pair anybody, so ace high is still good. Ace 6 is technically in the lead with the 6 kicker. But Chubbs with the most kind of equity, even though it shows 49% to win the hand. And Chubbs with the bet, and just going to take it down. Once again, guys, we are pretty much around 4 hours, which I want to thank everybody for kind of coming out, listening to myself all day. My name has been Declan Palmer. I'll be here at RGV for the next little while. Come and say hi. I look forward to meeting everybody. Really appreciate you guys coming out and kind of viewing what we got going on for this 2-5. It was definitely a ton of action. It was definitely amazing to kind of watch and be a part of. So I appreciate you guys joining me for that. I believe this is going to be our last hand, so let's make it spicy. I want to say there's a $20 straddle. And it looks like Mohawk will call, Matt will call, Justin G will call. New York Bob's going to 3-bet, though, to $100.
You seem to like it.
Looks like diamonds versus hearts now. Mohawk's in.
It keeps it interesting.
Matt C is going to elect to fold and sit this one out. What does Justin do? Justin's going to go ahead and call. So it looks like Justin with the hearts and then the other two gentlemen with diamonds. It comes ace, 7, 3, all clubs, so no diamonds or hearts, but definitely a pair. No pair. Nope, that's not a 7. Graphical issue, my sorry, no pair. But a pair is the board, but there's still no club in anyone's hand, so it makes Mohawk trips while the graphics catch up. So Mohawk now with trips, Justin G just 9 high, but he bets 150 with the hearts and the heart in his chest. Definitely some heart with this bet, trying to take it down, maybe represent the club. A half pot bet, give or take. Might be able to take it down. Mohawk is a decent player, putting on people on reads, so he might be able to make this call for the last hand of the night. And he does call, so we are going to show down. He's going to take down a nice little pot.
I think of water. I think what's water?
Now.
All right, guys, that was the last hand of the stream. Just a final reminder that our tournament is going ahead this Monday. And it looks like our graphics for if you want to play this live stream, here's the information that you need to get this going. Just send us an email to rgvlive@texascardhouse.com. Or come into the club and see myself or any one of the other floors, and we'll happily get you situated. Once again, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now and hope everyone has a good night.